but verified his version of the events. And the vast majority of the reporters that covered the trial, we all felt that she was clearly guilty.
Dennis Carnop's mother was the matron that accompanied Fugate from the capture onwards.
Any of the time that she had Carol never made any claim to be a victim, to be a hostage, to have no knowledge of it. It was only when they were talking to some greater audience that she told those stories. And she never told my mother that at all, which obviously affected my mother's thinking about the whole thing. What I remember my mother saying about it is that she was the brains of the outfit.
After a 2-month trial, the jury found Starkweather and Fugate to be guilty of first-degree murder. Starkweather was sentenced to death. 15-year-old Fugate to life imprisonment.
Her demeanor was very unemotional, very no expression on her face throughout the trial. The only time I ever saw a display of emotion was when she was found guilty, and she broke down and cried when the jury verdict came in.
This game's so cool. There's like a lava vent running through the whole
In the
map.
space of less than 2 months, 11 innocent people had died in a killing spree that sent shockwaves around the United States. But were Starkweather and Fugate born killers? Or were they a twisted product of the environment in which they grew up?
You have to remember that they're adolescents, 19 and 14. We're all adolescents at one time, and we've all felt at times like killing the teacher, mom, who belted us, dad who wouldn't give us a bigger allowance, the brother that stole our toys, whatever. We've all had murderous fantasies. But we don't do any of those things because we're socialized enough to have internal guilt mechanism, braking mechanism that makes us think about, well, we'd like to do that, but it would be absolutely wrong. We would be shunned. We would have a miserable life. So we're not going to do it. This brake mechanism just ain't working in some of these people like Charlie and Carol.
Until they had been stopped, they would have kept going. There was nothing behind. They had no remorse. They had no reason to kill. So were they both born to kill? He seemed to have been. Something triggered him in his adolescent years where he took on this persona that was trying to fill in this hollowness inside him. And she just went along as a passive, participating member.
I think what happens in relation to Starkweather is that we've got two different processes happening that propels him onto a trajectory where other people will end up dead. Firstly, he meets a partner with whom he can form a folie à deux, literally a madness shared by two. And that madness allows him to normalize a world in which his violence will be permissible, his violence will be acceptable, his violence will be desirable.
I love this game. It's like taking the place of New World
And the
for
second
me.
thing is, unfortunately, some people who, after they murder the first time, aren't overwhelmed by that experience and want to never repeat it. A small number of murderers want to continue to behave like that because they found that experience visceral, vital, exciting, sexy. They found that experience gave them a sense of self that was missing from other parts of their lives.
We just keep the game at 100% because that's the most balanced experience.
Watching America from the outside, it's hard not to ask the obvious question. How the hell did this happen? Why would anyone vote for this guy? Donald Trump won a majority of white women while running an openly anti-woman and anti-abortion rhetoric. He made major gains with Latino voters, especially men, while building ICE into a political weapon, platforming racists, and targeting that same community. LGBTQI+ voters still overwhelmingly vote Democrat, but a small, loud group of gay conservatives continue to back Donald Trump, prioritizing taxes, masculinity, and anti-wokeness politics over queer rights themselves. And despite the populist branding, lower-income voters remain split, with many poor Americans voting against welfare, redistribution, and government aid, even when they would directly benefit from it. So I wanted to understand how this happened. Not abstractly, not morally, but humanly. Over the last year, I've been digging through research, data, and voting patterns, trying to figure out what actually drives these choices. We'll start with the most obvious question: why white women voted for Trump? Since the earliest versions of American womanhood, the angel in the house, the homemaker, the moral guardian, white women have been told that safety comes from alignment. Align with your husband, your church, your flag, and in return, you'll be protected from chaos, from crime, from men who aren't yours. Historically, that protection was inseparable from whiteness itself. White women's purity was also used to justify lynching, segregation, immigration bans. The story of protecting our women has kind of always been code for protecting our hierarchy. Sociologists call this the patriarchal bargain. Philosopher Kate Mann calls it something sharper, a moral economy of misogyny. In her book Down Girl, she writes, "Misogyny's function is to police and enforce a patriarchal order by rewarding women who conform and punishing those who don't. That emotional logic, reward the obedient, shame the defiant, still shapes world politics." When Trump ascended that golden escalator in 2015, his audience wasn't the downtrodden working class we'd heard so much about. It was people who felt their status slipping. Political scientist Christopher Parker, in the conversation in 2016, called it white fright. He argued that Trump's victory had at least as much to do with support from voters who remained unencumbered by economic anxiety as those driven by it. He wrote, "Rapid social change, which poses a threat to this trinicated version of American identity, activates anxiety and anger on the part of those who lay claim to this identity. Many Trump supporters believe themselves to be losing their country. They weren't voting for..."
So, like, you know, 7 Days to Die could have done really cool stuff like this, and they sometimes do. But not enough, not like that, like not where it was really cool, like that's a real risk. You actually have to, like, think about it. There's a headshot sound, which I love. This feels better, their damage feels a little bit better. It could be bumped to like 2. I'm learning the balance. Oh, am I here? I'm here. Yay, I got something done. What is this place? What? I gotta turn the damage. I don't like the TTK at all. I consider the world to be like Diablo, and I want more mobs, and so I need their TTK lower. And now that I found my way to this place, Mark of Samet, it's a waypoint, is it? Okay, can I get the waypoint? There's the waypoint. There's so many dudes. Oh, that's my waypoint, like as in, okay, clear waypoint. So this is Mark of Samet, which I really don't know. I could build a base here, I suppose. I could move this one, because when I did the Night Sanctum, I cleared the Necropolis, so I could move. I can move a teleportal here. So I can retain my progress moving north to try to get that goal. Yeah, we'll retain. I'll build here because it's a cool spot. And I'll fight these guys. I want the damage turned all the way up and their damage turned all the way down. Because the game's too long. The game's way too long. The TTK needs to be low. If they kill me way too fast. Like, I mean, I don't know. My damage should be at 100%, but their damage should be like 20. Their health should be at 25%. So, I guess the easiest way to do this would be to construct a flame altar. Yeah, if you'll let me build here, not enough free space and stuff, yeah, so I can soar down there and teleport back. And it does look like a cool dungeon. I like this game a lot. Maybe it won't let me build here. Oh, there we go. Sweet. Alright. So, let's put a bed down. Oh no, I guess I don't have a bed. I'd have to carry the bed with me. But at least I can teleport here now. And I will go back to... I mean, I like having that one. I have 4 right now. When I need to move a new one, I'll go back to that one and drop it. But we'll leave it open. I want to go back home. Oh, no, I want to leave the server. And maybe the weather will be over when I get back.
Change. They were voting for a rewind to a version of America where white, Christian,
Enemy
heterosexual
damage
men
is good at
reigned
100.
and white women were safely...
Maybe 150 or 200. Yeah, like I'll put enemy damage at twice and but enemy health at 25 because their TTK is way too long for a game this big. Yeah, but they're also aggro. They're fucking aggro. And also I could turn off the pacify, which would make it much worse. Maybe I should just turn off the pacify. The game might be more engaging with it. Turn off the pacify, but I want their perception range really low. I don't want a lot of chain aggro, but I want their perception range low. And if I die, do I keep the loot? Yeah, so... Yep. Done. TCK is correct and the damage is correct. And in that way I'll have to use like more healing and stuff and they will kill me if I'm not gonna kill them. Oh look, the weather's better. Let's eat. Okay, so The bow is a lot more like a halt. There, that was good TTK. It still took too long, even with it turned all the way down. This game's combat is so good. Can I take this character to some other realm? That killed them. Nice. Ooh, I like the environmental. Oh, shit. Get out of it. Ah. Fuck did you come from? Look, I can actually block them if their damage is insane. Oops. Is it always raining here? Wow. I think this game's more fun than Elden Ring. Because you can live in it, and you can do it at your own pace. And Elden Ring just did not have that.
Beside them. And here's what's also crazy. Education didn't inoculate anyone. College-educated white voters, supposedly more tolerant, still leaned Republican. As Parker put it, the boundaries of American identity intersect with whiteness, patriarchy, xenophobia, and homophobia. Donald Trump sold nostalgia as safety, and white women bought it. By 2020, millions of women had marched in protest, worn pussy hats, and said never again. But then they voted for him again. According to NBC exit polls in 2020, among white women, 43% supported Joe Biden and 55% supported President Donald Trump. That was virtually identical to 2016. Reporter Amanda Becker noted that these voters said they didn't like the president's rhetoric, his handling of the pandemic. Ultimately, they chose to stand by him. So, what happened? Enter Kate Mann's next insight, disgust. She argues that white women often act as moral enforcers within the patriarchy, the gatekeepers of goodness. Disgust is their tool. It lets obedience feel righteous. When crowds chanted, "Lock her up," about Hillary Clinton, that wasn't policy, that was purification. Psychologically, disgust separates the clean from the contaminating. It's why some white women can call Trump vulgar, but still see him as the less disgusting option, the one protecting them from feminists, immigrants, or woke ideology. They're not necessarily voting for cruelty, They're voting for order. They just refuse to see that those are the same thing. Nowhere is the emotional contract clearer than among Christian women. In January this year, Mother Jones interviewed psychologist Kate Gadini, who studies evangelical women. She describes what she saw at the Liberty University after the 2024 election. They felt like this was God's will. He has spared the nation by giving us Trump. Even after we've made so many mistakes, he's giving us one last chance to get it right. Gadini told Mother Jones that for these women, Trump's appeal operates on multiple planes. It's the sense of having a protector and a defender in Trump. He's going to protect us from this woke liberal elite that wants to take us down. The left is concerned with wokeness and identity politics, while Trump is concerned that you can't afford a tank of gas. He's going to protect our country from China. He's going to protect our borders. That protector identity operates on so many different levels, and it's hugely effective with these women. Here's the line that kind of sums it up. Trump said at a few campaign rallies, "I want to protect the woman." One Christian woman I interviewed said she wept when she heard that because it was so resonant with what she needed. Protection is at the heart of the contract, the emotional transaction that makes hierarchy feel holy. Gadini continues. Within their gendered system, women are the soft, nurturing ones, the caretakers. Men are the strong ones, protectors and defenders. This gendered system is built into conservative Christianity, so it makes sense that they would apply that to politics and want a candidate who fits that mold. In 2016, she says, Trump projected a kind of devil-may-care masculinity they found quite attractive, whereas in 2024, he's seen more of a protective, fatherly or even grandfatherly figure. The swagger turned paternal. The misogynist became the father figure, and that made obedience feel safe again. Protection always needs a threat. A protector with no danger to fight loses his purpose, and so does the person that he protects. That's the paradox. Safety depends on fear, and in Trump's America, fear is infinite. Fox News fills screens with crime waves, border invasions, gender chaos. Each new threat reactivates the emotional contract. As Mother Jones reported, the younger women are getting a lot of their news from social media. What they're hearing is that the liberal left hates them. For mothers, their sense of needing protection is all around children. They need to protect their children as mothers. And they need a paternalistic figure as president to protect their children on a larger scale. And for older women, their primary concern tends to be immigration, keeping our neighborhoods safe, keeping women and girls safe from perceived physical threats, and immigrant men. In this worldview, every cultural change, from racial justice protests to trans rights, becomes a home invasion. The emotional pattern repeats. 1920s KKK promised to defend white womanhood. 1960s John Birch Society promised to defend Christianity. 2016 MAGA promised to defend real America. After Trump managed to get back in, The Guardian reported that Trump's return to power was powered once again by the loyalty of white women voters, especially those without college degrees. The piece noted that Harris narrowed down the gender gap, but not the racial one. White women broke 56-43 for Trump. Meanwhile, the Pew Research Center's 2025 demographic study found that white women, especially those who identified as born again or evangelical, remained among Trump's most reliable supporters, even as his share among white men started to decline slightly. This isn't an anomaly. This is endurance. The contract holds, and it just keeps rebranding itself. What began as family values became law and order, then anti-woke and protect the children. It's the same deal, it just has new flashy packaging. So that's white women for you. I know we have a lot to answer for. Fear, protection, hierarchy, and the emotional deal that keeps getting renewed. It gets even more complicated though, because Trump didn't just hold on to his base, he managed to expand it, including among voters he openly targeted. In the next video, we're talking about Latino voters, how Trump made historic gains, especially with men, and why identity alone stopped being enough to explain the vote. And trust me, this one matters for what's coming later. Donald Trump once launched his campaign by calling Mexican immigrants rapists. He built an empire of fear around walls, deportations, and ICE raids. And yet, by 2024, nearly half of Latino voters chose him. From the outside, it feels impossible. How could the man whose presidency defined by cruelty at the border, family separation, mass deportations, promises of mass deportations, be embraced by the very communities he targeted? But the answer isn't simple, because Latino voters aren't a monolith. They're a country within a country, shaped by class, faith, geography, and history. And if you look closely, the story isn't one of betrayal. It's about belonging, identity, and a political system that still doesn't know how to listen. According to Edison Research's 2024 exit polls, Trump won a whopping 46% of self-identified Hispanic voters, up 14 points from 2020. It was the highest Republican share of Latino support since the 1970s. He did especially well among Latino men, winning 55% compared to 38% of women. In counties where more than 20% of the population was Hispanic, his margin improved by 13 points from 2020. For decades, Democrats saw Latinos as a cornerstone of their coalition. Barack Obama won more than 2/3 of Latino voters in 2012. But by 2024, that alliance had cracked, and in some states, shattered. In Florida, Trump's campaign deepened its connection to Cuban, Venezuelan, and Nicaraguan communities through faith networks and business outreach. In Texas, working-class Mexican Americans along the Rio Grande, once solidly blue, shifted right. In Arizona and Nevada, younger Latinos split along gender and class lines. The most revealing finding came from Pew Research Center in June of 2025. Latino voters are increasingly behaving like other voters, driven by the economy, age, and education, not identity alone. So in other words, the Latino vote as a unified bloc is gone. In 2024, 2/3 of voters told pollsters in the US economy was in poor shape. Among Latinos, that number was even higher. 46% said their family's financial situation was worse than 4 years ago, according to Reuters. Trump leaned into that anger, promising tax cuts, attacking inflation, and branding himself as the workers' candidate. Republicans have consistently beat Democrats on connecting with voters on the economy, said Clarissa Martinez de Castro, vice president of the nonpartisan Unidos US Latino Vote Initiative. This was a referendum on the economy, and that has consistently been the number 1, 2, and 3 issues for Hispanic voters. To many Latino workers, especially men in construction, logistics, or small business, Trump's populism didn't feel racist. It felt more practical. He spoke about jobs, not social justice, about competition, not diversity. As one Mexican-born voter in Arizona told Reuters, the 3 biggest things that are important are family values, being pro-life, and religion. I don't feel like Kamala represents those values. Scene of the crime, once again religion, watch my other videos. That one quote catches something Democrats have really struggled to grasp. Trump didn't necessarily win the Latino vote. He met it where it already was. Latino conservatism isn't new. It's woven through generations, shaped by faith, exile, and trauma. In the conversation, historians Julia Young and Jenna Clope Santamaria wrote that Latino support for Trump reflects deep historical currents, from Catholicism and evangelicism to anti-socialist sentiment among families who fled authoritarian regimes in Cuba or Venezuela or Nicaragua. The so-called Latino voter is really a multi-ethnic, diverse bloc, they wrote. While they share linguistic and cultural features, they are motivated by a wide variety of religious, political, and cultural factors that can be traced back to their experiences in Latin America. For older Latinos, especially men, Trump's swagger, his macho presentation, his defiance, it echoed familiar archetypes of authority. He wasn't like a politician, he was like the boss. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris's campaign leaned heavy on celebrity endorsements and feminist imagery, often alienating working class and religious men who felt unseen. I don't have a comment on that. I don't have a personal comment on that. As Clarence Page wrote in the Chicago Tribune, 2024 was the testosterone podcast election, where Trump dominated among young men, disaffected men. Scott Galloway, an NYU professor, put it like this. For the first time in US history, a 35-year-old man without a college diploma is making less than his parents were. Against that, do trans rights or foreign policy even register on your screen? In other words, Democrats talked about progress, while Trump talked about survival. And yet, here's the paradox again. Trump's ICE ramped up mass arrests, deportations, and raids on Latino neighborhoods. Early this year, Trump officials claimed 158,000 enforcement actions in the first 100 days. Through ICE own data shows closer to 65,000 actual arrests. Either way, that scale was unprecedented. In Los Angeles, local leaders condemned the raids as a crisis tearing through immigrant neighborhoods. In Chicago, after a string of civil rights complaints, DHS...
I keep changing the settings over and over again, but I want the perfect settings. I like this game. It gives you like really good freedoms. So we're gonna edit this. The enemy damage is good at 100%, but it feels like kind of bad, but they don't break through your guard, which is something that I value. I think I want to bump it to 500. I just think I do. It's kind of crazy. I want them to feel fucking deadly. Like Dark Souls. Dark Souls, you have about 2 or 3 hits before you're dead. Enemy stamina. I want that lower. Yeah, I want to be able to stun them and stuff like in all this. I want to feel efficacious because that's how combat is. Simultaneous enemy attacks are very hard. They come at... how many enemies are allowed to attack at the same time? Maybe we turn this up because I don't want like all of them at once, yeah? But I do want them doing a lot of damage. So the enemy attack frequency... Oh yeah, the frequency. Yeah, like the frequency. Yeah, they just come at you, bro. Yeah. And the pacify is off, but their range is down, and the enemy amount is high. It's interesting. I ended up like kind of changing things really drastically because their normal game is a little too pussy. Player health, player mana, player stamp, frost resistance, diving time, combat XP. No, the combat XP feels good at 100%. I don't want the game to go by very quickly. The loot loss on death, I want it to feel like lose all. Yeah, and I'll have to get back there. Lava might suck for that. I don't know. If I die in the lava... No, I want the default. You only lose materials, right? Yeah, I don't want my bar. We'll keep it on default. Default death is alright, but to lose everything is insane because if you fall in the lava, you lose your whole fucking set. And that's like for the really hardcore playthrough. So, but I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. I suppose it doesn't really matter that much. I don't know the game well enough to be playing it on hardcore, so yeah, we'll keep it on default. I think that's good. Let's play.
It's expanded a policy requiring ICE agents to wear body cameras during enforcement operations. These are families torn apart, entire communities living in fear of a knock at the door. So why did millions of Latinos still vote for Trump, even knowing that? It's not like Trump said he wasn't going to do this. Because immigration, while emotionally powerful, isn't the top issue for most Latino voters. Pew Research found that jobs, inflation, and housing consistently outrank immigration by wide margins. And among some Latinos, particularly US-born voters or those who migrated decades ago, resentment towards new immigrants has grown. As the conversation noted, some Latino voters are suspicious of newer waves of migrants, particularly recent asylum seekers from Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba. It's the same "I did it the right way" divide that has shaped immigrant politics for generations. Trump's rhetoric about border control doesn't sound hateful to those who see it as a defense of fairness. That's how populism works. Democrats did not lose Latinos overnight. They lost them slowly, through complacency. For years, campaigns relied on last-minute Spanish language ads, mariachi bands, symbolic gestures rather than sustained outreach. As Representative AOC told the New York Times, I had been frustrated for a very long time about what I perceived as a laziness around talking to the Latino community. If you throw in Spanish, then you talk about immigration like you've checked off the Latino box. The Harris campaign tried to pivot, treating Latino voters as mainstream Americans rather than a niche demographic. Their ads focused on healthcare, rent, and the cost of living. It was a smarter strategy, but it came too late. As Carlos Odio, founder of the research group Equus, put it, Latinos don't want to be invited to some separate party. They want to be at the same party as everyone else. But the problem does run deeper than just messaging. It's also structural. Democrats rarely fund Latino organizers between elections. They lack cultural fluency across diverse communities. Mexican American in El Paso, Cuban American in Miami, Puerto Rican in Orlando, Salvadorian in LA. They all vote differently, but are often lumped together. And while Republicans have spent years embedding operatives in Latino churches, sport leagues, or small business networks, Democrats show up every 4 years and expect loyalty. As Mike Madrid, Republican strategist and author of Latino Country, wrote, Latinos exist as a multi-ethnic, aspirational, working-class community. As they become less of a racial voting bloc and more of an economic voting bloc, Republicans are becoming the beneficiaries. The irony is that many Latino voters still support progressive policies, like universal health care, affordable housing, and workers' rights, but they feel disconnected from the party that champions them. So if you thought the Latino shift was confusing, wait till you see what happens when identity stops being the organizing principle altogether. Because now we're looking at gay conservatives, a small but loud group who didn't just vote for Trump, but built entire identities around rejecting LGBTQI politics. Back in 2016, gay support for Donald Trump didn't look angry. It didn't look ideological. It didn't even look particularly conservative. It looked smug. Gay Trump voters back then weren't talking about court appointments or policy platforms. They were talking about how annoying liberals were, about being tired of being told how they were supposed to vote because of who they slept with. A 2016 Mike headline captured the mood, meant that gay voters backing Donald Trump the most pro-gay Republican nominee ever. In NBC Outs reporting that same year, LGBTQ+ Trump voters repeatedly emphasized they weren't voting as gay people, they were voting as individuals. And at the time, that logic didn't sound completely unhinged. Marriage equality was the law, and Trump wasn't running as a religious conservative. Compared to the evangelical right, he seemed oddly indifferent. But this wasn't just about Trump, it was about escape. Years later, research from UCLA's William Institute would show that LGB Republicans tend to share some consistent traits. They're less connected to LGBTQ+ communities, less likely to see sexual orientation as central to their identity, and less likely to feel a sense of shared political fate. Translation: if being gay hasn't cost you much, it stops feeling political. In 2016, gay conservatism wasn't about embracing the right, it was about refusing obligation. And for a moment, that refusal felt clever. What many gay conservatives are reacting to isn't necessarily policy, it's expectation. The expectation that your sexuality should be central to who you are. Your politics should flow naturally from that. Your community should be emotionally binding. Your moral language should sound a certain way. For people with low identity salience, this doesn't feel affirming, it feels more suffocating. The William Institute's findings are important here because they complicate a common assumption. LGB Republicans don't report higher stigma or lower outness than Democrats. What differs is attachment to community, to collective struggle, to the idea that LGBTQI+ issues are personally binding. From the inside, the reaction often sounds like, why am I being spoken for? Why does my sexuality come with homework? Why is this my responsibility? Conservatism offers an answer. Not because it's kinder, but because it's less demanding. No marches, no vocabulary tests, no obligation to center vulnerability. You can just be a guy, normal, I guess. This is also why critiques of the LGBTQI+ community resonate so strongly. As Human Rights Watch has argued, there is no single unified LGBTQI+ political identity. Treating it as one obscures real differences in priorities and in experience. For some people, conservatism isn't about rejecting who they are, it's about rejecting what they're told that identity should require of them. So this is where fitting in, really matters. We all want to fit in. For many gay conservatives, especially men, and let's be honest, we are mostly talking about white gay guys today. It is what it is. Conservatism offers something mainstream LGBTQI+ politics often can't: unmarked belonging. No asterisks, no explanation, no "as a gay person" preface. Right-wing spaces reward emotional restraint, hierarchy, toughness, irony over sincerity. And for people already detached from queer community norms, that doesn't feel hostile. It feels more like familiar. That's why pride aesthetics get rejected so aggressively, why rainbow flags disappear, why no victim mentality becomes a selling point. In 2024, NBC News reported on gay Republicans rallying for Trump while explicitly rejecting rainbow symbolism and framing themselves as anti-victimhood. From the inside, the logic isn't "I hate other gay people." It's closer to "I don't want to be sorted into a category that marks me as fragile, dependent, or permanently marginal." Conservatism promises status without explanation. There is a pattern here that is hard to ignore. Men! When LGBTQI+ conservatism shows up publicly at rallies or panels or in viral clips, it is disproportionately male. And that's not because gay men are inherently more conservative. Most aren't. But it does reflect what conservatism is offering in this specific context. Right-wing political culture tends to reward traits that are culturally coded as masculine. Emotional restraint, hierarchy, dominance, the irony and over-sincerity stuff. And for some gay men, particularly those who already feel alienated from therapeutic or vulnerability-centered political language, that environment will never feel hostile. They'll never feel unwelcome. Oh look, a bunch of white guys. Yay, me too, you know? Political scientist Dalton Villette identifies this dynamic clearly in his research on far-right conservatism and gay men. He argues that some gay men are drawn to right-wing spaces precisely because they allow for reassertion of masculinity and hierarchy and provocation, often framed as strength rather than resentment. This also aligns with that data from the Williams Institute, which finds that LGB Republicans tend to place less emotional weight on group identity and community connection. In other words, it's not necessarily about sexuality alone. It's about status, gender norms, and who gets to feel unmarked, not vulnerable in political space. It's about status, masculinity, and who gets to feel normal. And it sets up the final question better than anything else. By now, a pattern should be emerging. White women traded autonomy for protection. Latino men traded recognition for survival. Gay conservatives traded solidarity for status. Which brings us to the one everyone thinks they already understand, and almost everyone gets wrong: poor people. This isn't necessarily just about voting against your own interests. It's about how Trump convinced millions of struggling Americans that he wasn't an elite at all. If you've watched this far, this is the one to stay for. Everyone keeps asking the wrong question. Why would poor Americans vote for a billionaire? When you look closely at the data, the real mystery isn't why they supported him. It's how Donald Trump managed to stop looking like an elite to them at all. He turned himself into a champion of the forgotten, a man who gets it, a billionaire who somehow feels anti-elite. Poor Americans didn't vote for his wealth. They voted for the story he told them, a story about being overlooked, disrespected, and replaced, and a promise that he was the only one willing to fight.
Enshrouded What does a gem of swiftness do? Shroud layers and brood nests. Archaic essence, okay. I love this game. That's so much better than Elden Ring. That combat's better than Elden Ring. Oh god, get out of it. Oh no! There, I found the right damage and everything. It was 300%, maybe 400? Maybe 400, huh? Just not 500. 500 is like, you know, I don't know, 300 seems right. Ooh, what's that? It's, it's copper ore, provisional scythe with 29 damage on it. I am enjoying this game immensely. Now, why did we switch up to an acid cleaver? This thing's got 37.7. This thing's got 29 plus 14. So this is better. Cool. Hey, new sword. Wait, what was that blue weapon that I had? Oh, cool. I got a poison cleaver. Nice. That really feels good. Like rust. It feels like a rust bonus with these nasty mobs. Maybe I should turn the damage all the way up, but no, I don't want to be one shot. I need like 2 or 3 shots. I shoot them in the head and it works. How was that? Mysterious flask. Am I flasked up? No, I think I died. So, oh, yeah, I suppose I want to chop this stuff. There's a provisional scythe with 29 damage. I'm gonna, I don't like scythes. Huh. That was a chest. See, the axe actually does really good environmental damage, and that cleaver doesn't. But the cleaver is cooler because it poisons them. So whatever. And it also glows in the dark, which is really cool. This game needs like a lantern or something. I suppose the torch is good enough. But is this like dead end right here? I guess it does. That blue thing is really valuable, I think, if you could get up there somehow. Copper. Ooh, it's a silver chest. think I lost those gloves somehow. I like deleted the gloves or something dumb. I don't know what I did. Oh, customize. I see. Customize. Oh, okay, there we go. You can customize, can you? Okay, well. Oh, you can customize. I see that. Cosmetics. I see. So you can. So that's transmog. That's actually cool. Oh yes. Hey, more armor. That's real good. Nice. I got new gloves. So cool. New gloves are good. Oh no, my fucking headphones are gonna die. It's so annoying. So, if I switch to this, I bang on this thing forever. What does it drop when I break it? It's unreasonable how long it takes to break this thing. It was metal scraps, and it took like 30 seconds. It was worth it. Because those aren't free. Oh, I can repair? Nice. Oh, I suppose the grenade might be better for that sort of stuff. I don't know if that was worth it. Oh, these don't hurt me? No, these do not hurt me at all. I did not know that. Wow, I thought they hurt you. No, the barrels hurt you, but the grenade itself doesn't. That does destroy it. Those grenades are a lot more useful than I thought. Can I use it to, like, blow copper off of walls? Like that? Yes, I can. I didn't know you could do that. How do you produce these grenades? I can't remember. Is it bone dust? If it's bone dust, then I can do that. I like these grenades. So, what happens if I, like, so, yeah, like, what happened to that? There, blow that. It didn't give me any copper at all. Which seems dumb. I would prefer that over nothing at all. So, I don't know. But it's good to know. The game has terraforming. It's actually a very cool voxel game like that. I could blow up the bridge, but I don't think I want to. Are these spider webs? Yeah, they are spider webs. Oh, look, it's a secret area. Secret, quote unquote. So that's what the grenades are for. Yep. Oh, look. Beautiful. Where was this? This is like right by my camp. I'm like on my camp. And there's a silver chest here. Oh, if you break the chest, will it respawn? Oh, God. Hey, a wolf's claw. It's a one-handed axe with 29 damage. It's named. I mean... Tainted axe, wolf's claw. It still doesn't have the damage this thing does, though. So I'm going to just salvage it. So the camp bottoms out here. This is a good place to mine copper. Oh, oh look, it was loot. I got gastropods from the dirt. That's cool. Is there other stuff there? I don't think so, but let's make sure. I need more grenades. Let's go home and make them. I can just explore this place as much as I want and teleport back here. I love that. The game is so good. Oh, God. Okay.
For them. So the real question isn't why poor people voted for Trump, it's how he made them forget he was rich to begin with.
Yeah,
one of the
how did
most
you
important
forget?
studies of the 2016 election by political scientist
has never
Diana
wiped
Woods
his ass.
has a
He doesn't
blunt
represent you.
title. Status threat,
His own ass.
not
He's never
economic
wiped his own
hardship, explains the
He does not
2016
represent you.
presidential vote. She found that white, Christian, male voters who felt their group status was slipping were more likely to switch from Obama to Trump. Figures, you know? Feeling that the American way of life is under threat strongly predicted Trump support. Negative views on immigration
Oh,
and
look, I
trade
can
were
make
less
poison
about
copper
personal
arrows.
job loss and more about a group position and national dominance. But, you know, this wasn't about personal finances. It was about identity survival and racism. Trump wasn't selling tax cuts. He was selling reassurance that the America that they remember wasn't disappearing, or at least that he'd fight the people they blamed. To really understand rural voters, you have to talk about Catherine Kramer's work on rural consciousness. From her book, The Politics of Resentment, she finds 3 core beliefs. We work harder than city people. Cities get more resources, respect, and political power. Elites look down on people like us. Whether these beliefs are factually true or not doesn't actually matter. It doesn't matter because they feel true. And nothing
there's no
fuels
difference
political
between the
loyalty like feeling
boxes.
understood. Trump and his team leaned into this with surgical precision. He mocked elites, attacked journalists, blasted professors and experts, ridiculed political correctness, validated rural frustration. While Democrats toured rural towns with policy binders, Trump said things like, "They're laughing at you. They betrayed you. I hear you." He wasn't offering any plans. He was offering dignity. At such a cost to everyone else, though. Sorry, back to the data. I'm trying to be legit today. Communication scholar Roderick Hart has called Trump an emotional revolutionary for a reason. His power comes from how he talks, not what he says. He doesn't communicate through policy. He communicates through emotion. Anger, hurt, bravado, victimhood, dominance, humor, loyalty, resentment. This style, chaotic and simple and repetitive, feels authentic to voters who distrust polished elites. Let's call it what it is. He speaks at a very low reading level.
America will no longer settle for anything less than the best.
He repeats phrases endlessly.
I won't say he was an older fellow, but he was an older fellow.
I'm not going to say anybody didn't do well. They didn't do well.
He performs anger and triumph like a professional wrestler.
That's enough. Put down the mic.
To urban elites and people who can read, it sounds completely unhinged. But to these rural voters, it sounds real. This is the strangest part, though. Trump is an elite, but his voters don't see him as one. Why? Well, number one, elites equal cultural class, not necessarily money. To many rural Americans, elite doesn't mean rich. It means degree holders, journalists, scientists, tech workers, urban professionals, academics, and the media, bureaucrats. Trump has money, but he doesn't have their mannerisms, their language, or their values. Number 2, aspirational alignment. People struggling financially often admire wealth if it feels earned or relatable. Trump's flashy wealth feels like fantasy, not oppression. He's the billionaire who eats fast food and screams on TV and hates the media and sounds like your weird, crazy uncle on Facebook. He's not above you. He's what you'd be like if you won the lottery. Number 3, the protector archetype. Voters project onto Trump the role of the strong man who protects us from elites. He's not scared to call them mean names. Their psychological role overrides material contradictions. Let's be honest. Race is one of the biggest forces in this story, but not necessarily in the cartoonish way we often talk about it, like they're racist. It's a bit more complicated and more revealing. For many poor rural whites, life genuinely feels hard. Factories closed, wages stagnant, addiction everywhere. So when they're told black and brown Americans have it worse, you have white privilege, they sometimes hear instead, you don't matter. Empathy becomes a zero-sum game. A lack of education equals a lack of historical awareness. They only know what's in front of them. If you never learned about systemic racism and you've never lived near diverse communities and your school doesn't even teach history and you only ever get taught the Bible and your town has been declining for decades, then privilege feels like an insult, not a social fact. Racial isolation intensifies status threat. The most pro-Trump areas were overwhelmingly white and geographically isolated, with very, very little day-to-day contact with immigrants or any racial minorities. Authoritarianism thrives where education is low. Decades of political psychology research link lower education to higher authoritarian tendencies, a preference for stability, simplicity, order, hierarchy, a strong man protector. That is Trump's brand. If all of these stories felt connected, that's because they are. It's never been about race or gender or sexuality. It's about who feels seen, who feels protected, and who feels like the future is slipping away. If you want more stories like this, subscribe. It's fun and it's free. Bye.
Значит, я не совсем, понимаете, по-американски говорил. Но
he said he had a story to tell.
Вовчик сказал.
Lots of new current stuff. Let's watch the Philip DeFranco. Did we catch the Philip DeFranco there? Yep. Trump's thingy. We're gonna move back up a little bit.
Well, that was something. Hi, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. Your expectations were probably already low, but Donald Trump, he delivered his long-awaited speech in Davos today, and it was, how do I describe this?
They called me daddy, right, last time?
No, they didn't.
Very smart man said he's our daddy. We're bringing back battleships. The media's terrible. We are going to build a dome, the Autopen. He was the Autopen president. Some of these stupid people like Powell, they raise interest rates. We're going to hit 50,000 and that stock market's going to double. Fences are gone. We don't have to worry about fences anymore. Somalian bandits. Can you believe that Somalia, they turned out to be higher IQ than we thought? Armenian, Azerbaijan. I don't feel old, but I'm among the older. They emptied their mental institutions into the United States. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. No, 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 Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%. Sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know.
I think the words I was looking for was batshit crazy. Though I will say there was also interested in what was going on with Trump before he arrived, because he showed up to the Swiss resort where this summit of global elites took place 3 hours late because Air Force One had what they called a minor electrical issue and they had to turn around. And so reportedly Trump had to skip his planned executive time to make the speech on schedule, which I guess along with the field day that Mother Nature has had with the meat inside of his skull, maybe that explains what came out of his mouth. You know, where we'll start is with the topic that really everyone was waiting for. Greenland.
Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice.
With Trump claiming that no nation or even group of nations is in any position to secure Greenland except the United States, and then arguing that the situation that we're in today is pretty much comparable to the height of World War II.
You're so
Denmark
fucking
fell to
stupid.
Germany.
You're so fucking stupid. What did these cost to make? Poison sacks and copper arrow. Oh, I have to make more copper arrows, but I need copper bars. This is a charcoal kiln. This is a grinding stone. This is a drying rack. I don't have a way, I don't think, to cook copper bar. Oh no, maybe it's this thing. Yeah, maybe it's this thing. Let's see. Oh yeah, metal sheets, which take charcoal and metal scraps. Charcoal and metal scraps will make metal sheets. But the metal sheets are good, but I want copper bars. My current recipe, but I mean, how do we? Yeah, this is the forge, but I don't think I can make more copper bars, but oh well. Now we go back to the person and make more arrows. Nice, I got more copper, poison arrows than I thought I was going to get, which is good. Yep, and cool. I wish the inventory was better. I am full rested. I'm gonna get meat, food, and water, and then fuck around with this place up here.
After just 6 hours of fighting, and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled. We did it. We felt an obligation to do it. To send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory. And hold it we did without us. Right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps.
Then you had him saying that after the war we were stupid to give Greenland back to Denmark, and the Danes are ungrateful for it now. But of course, you have critics pointing out that no matter how dire Trump thinks the threat from Russia or China is, it still doesn't explain why he needs to own it rather than just having military access that we have now. And so today you actually had him trying to give two reasons.
Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease?
But that then brings you to the big question that everyone's been wondering. Is he actually going to try to invade Greenland? Especially because yesterday when someone asked him about it, he gave this chilling answer.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland? You'll find out.
But in today's speech, while
You'll
he
find
sort of
out.
provided some reassurance, it actually is a little ambiguous if you hear it in the context with the first thing that he said.
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we...
Enshrouded, how do I make explosive powder balls?
would be, frankly, unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
But I won't do that. Because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force.
Also, you had Trump spending a lot of time relentlessly bashing
Well,
NATO
that's
to the
good.
point where it's not even clear why he hasn't just
Don't
pulled
use
out of it
force.
already. He's been claiming
Don't use force
that
and you're
the United States
fine.
paid for 100%
Just
of
don't
it.
use
Literally
force.
said
You
trillions and
fucking
trillions
idiot.
of dollars, and yet we got
Give
absolutely
us what we
nothing
want
in
and we're
return.
fine.
What does the United States get out of
I don't
all
want
of
force.
this work, all of this
Nothing. We get nothing
money
but problems
other
and
than
loss
death,
of
destruction,
lives.
and massive amounts of
Loss of
cash
money.
going to people who don't appreciate what we do. They don't appreciate what we do. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it.
And so you had Trump saying that in return for all it is supposedly given to NATO, all he wants is little old Greenland, just one little baby island.
A piece of ice. Cold and poorly located. It's a very small ask.
We should also note when he says it's a piece of ice, it's not exactly clear whether he knows what country he's talking about anymore, because multiple times during the
Think
speech,
about
he
Iceland?
appears to confuse Greenland with Iceland.
They're not there for us on
Piece of
Iceland.
ice.
That I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took
You're
the
not
first
a
dip
smart
yesterday
man.
because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money.
But then when the reporter Libby Dean pointed this out on X, you had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt responding, "No, he didn't, Libby. His written remarks referred to Greenland as a piece of ice because that's what it is." And then adding, because I guess we're supposed to deny what our eyes and ears just consumed, "You're the only one mixing anything up here." Right, and then with Greenland under U.S. ownership, Trump says he'll build the Golden Dome, which will protect not just the United States, but also Canada. Yet Canada, they're also ungrateful. And here, Trump made what seemed to be a veiled threat against its Prime Minister, Mark Carney.
Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that?
Bullshit.
Mark, the next time you make your statements.
With that, referring to Carney's speech yesterday, which we covered, and you can pause and go watch it if you want, but in a nutshell, he warned that the rules-based international order is collapsing in no small part thanks to Trump, and that any remaining like-minded democracies have to stick together to survive. And so clearly, Trump didn't like that. For everyone else, he laid out the deal with Greenland nice and simple, mob boss style.
They have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
Also, speaking of picking sides and trying to get on Trump's good side, you had Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff telling CNBC that as many as 25 countries have signed on to join his so-called Board of Peace, though not all have said so publicly, or the Board of Peace that he invited Putin and Lukashenko to, among others. But then, later on in the day, the international situation just got crazier and crazier because first, you had the European Union announcing that it would be halting work on the formal approval and implementation of the trade deal that it struck with Donald Trump last year, or with an EU official saying, given the continued and escalating threats, including tariff threats against Greenland and Denmark and their European allies, we have been left with no alternative. And adding that until the United States decides to re-engage on a path of cooperation rather than confrontation, no steps to move the deal forward would be taken. But also now, it's unclear what the hell is going to happen because you had Donald Trump claiming on Truth Social, based upon a very productive meeting that I have had with the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, we have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region, saying this solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United United States of America and all NATO nations. Based upon this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on February 1st, saying additional discussions are being held concerning the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland. Further information will be made available as discussions progress. And here, while you had Trump supporters saying, hey, it's the art of the deal, Trump's getting what he wants, you then also had pretty much everyone else saying this is just another version of Taco, or saying Trump always chickens out. Like many saying this is Trump trying to take an off-ramp and essentially surrendering to NATO, but really we won't know until we see how this plays out. That is, if 95% of people haven't moved their focus to something else. But then also, as far as the non-foreign policy stuff that Trump talked about during his speech, he said that the 2020 election was rigged again, and then he made this announcement.
People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be.
Trump then made another threat against a sitting Democratic lawmaker.
We actually are helping Minnesota so much, but they don't appreciate it. Most places do. And then we have this fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. You believe this? Ilhan Omar, talking about the Constitution that provides me. She comes from a country that's not a country, and she's telling us how to run America. Not going to get away with it much longer, let me tell you.
You know, despite the countless tangents and the rambling, what Trump calls the weave, others call sundowning, Trump, he said that the real purpose of this speech was to explain to the world how he achieved his economic miracle so that they too can copy his methods for their own countries. And there you got him going down the list of same old talking points. Tariffs, tax cuts, Doge cuts, deregulations, closed borders, and none of that woke-ass renewable energy.
One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses, and the worse that country is doing.
And then, of course, you know, what is
your
Trump
thing
speech
about
nowadays
windmills,
about him
you
throwing out
fucking
all his favorite
idiot?
numbers that he wants people to believe? He said 8 wars ended, $18 trillion invested from abroad, prescription drug prices down 400, 500, 600, even 1,000 and 2,000%, which again is just not mathematically possible. But, you know, even though Trump's attempts to paint himself as a global economic savior, a genius, has had a tepid response abroad, he still has plans to continue that messaging here in the United States. But just like in Davos, it might be met with skepticism. And even though Trump has continually called it a Democratic hoax, he's going to ramp up his domestic travel ahead of the midterms to push messaging on affordability. His chief of staff, Susie Wiles, telling Bloomberg he's going to travel every week, and it actually looks like his first stop is Iowa, where he's slated to speak there next week. And it does make sense that Trump needs to make a big shift into midterms mode right now because the economy is a very big and key issue on the ballot, and no matter what he says on stage, the country isn't pleased with it. But according to an AP poll, half of the country feels that both the country and national economy are worse off compared to when Trump took office a year ago. 43% also believe he's harmed job creation, and over half think that he's hurt the cost of living and healthcare, up from around just 40% in April. And this is a big deal because back in November of 2024, what, you know, it seems like a lifetime ago, the economy was one of the biggest factors motivating Trump's voters. It's arguably one of the biggest reasons he was put into office in the first place, but now his approval on the issue, it's tanking with the general public. Also with this, his cabinet's supposed to join Trump on the domestic travel blitz, and it does seem like they have a lot to make up for, as, you know, they face backlash for sounding out of touch on a number of issues related to affordability. I mean, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, for example, he also spoke at Davos, and while discussing bans on institutional investors buying single-family homes, he suggested that your average retiree, they might own a dozen houses.
We are going to give guidance at some point to see what is a mom and pop that someone, maybe your parents for their retirement, about 5, 10, 12 homes. So we don't want to push the mom and pops out. We just want to push everyone else out.
In his words, they just got torn apart, with many saying it just makes the Trump administration look like they're totally out of touch with the reality that Americans live in. And Bessent is by no means the only person making these kinds of comments. Just last week, you had Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins doing an interview on the administration's new dietary guidelines and insisting it is very affordable to feed a family on that advice.
We've run over 1,000 simulations. It can cost around $3 a meal for a piece of chicken, a piece of broccoli, corn tortilla, and one other thing. And so there is a way to do this that actually will save the average American consumer money.
With just so many people appalled that she was suggesting that, yes, of course it is very affordable to feed your family. Just give them like 3 bites of food. And so there you saw Democrats seizing on this, writing things like Trump gets a gold-plated new ballroom, you get a piece of chicken, broccoli, and 1 corn tortilla. And all of this, it just compounds Trump's and the GOP's fear that affordability could cost them the midterms. You know, you might think, well, based on the way that his cabinet's speaking and Trump's own Davos speech mess, like, is the best strategy to spread these
Maybe
people
shooting
all over the
Nicole-
country to
you know,
continue
Renee
talking
Nicole
about the
Good
issue.
helped-
Well, there
helped
is
too.
at least a reason to put Trump center stage. Or with Politico explaining that this ramp up, it comes with the knowledge that his presence in states and personal endorsements have boosted candidates in prior elections. And so, part of their strategy is to look at the history of his base and that Trump's base does connect when he has boots on the ground. But Trump, especially during these midterms, he has to appeal to more than just his core base. And a lot of the polling shows that he's just losing more and more independence. And no matter where he is or what he and his team say about anything from Greenland to housing to grocery prices, Americans, they're living their own lives every day and feeling the realities of his policies. And, just many, they're not seeing the extraordinary economy that Trump's talking about. And then, there's more we're going to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me say, I need to confess something. You're going to think I'm so brave for finally saying it, but I want bakery-level bread without bakery-level effort, like artisan loaf energy, zero kneading, zero questionable life choices. And that's why today's sponsor, Wild Grain, immediately won me over. Wild Grain delivers frozen, baked-from-home breads, pastas, and pastries that taste like they came from a place with a line out the door. Everything's made with slow, fermented, artisanal dough. It's not just good, it's better for you. Pull it out of the freezer, pop it in the oven, and suddenly your house smells like you know what you're doing. We're talking crusty sourdough, fluffy dinner rolls, fresh pasta, croissants, the kind of stuff that people compliment and you just nod like, yeah, obviously. And Wild Grain's boxes, they're customizable, right? Along with their variety box, they also offer gluten-free, vegan, and a new protein box. And a bonus, every box includes at least one new seasonal item, so you're always discovering something new. And they're not cutting corners, no preservatives, no weird fillers, just real ingredients and real flavor. It's perfect for weeknights, hosting, and anytime you want carbs that feel intentional instead of regret-based. Plus, every box donates 2 meals to a food security nonprofit, which means carbs with a conscience. So hey, here's the move. Just scan that QR code or go to wildgrain.com/DeFranco for $30 off your first box and free croissants for life. Yes, really, croissants
me of
forever.
7 Days
So
to Die.
wildgrain.com/DeFranco and let future you enjoy better bread. Then, getting right back into the news, Trump's DOJ is now ramping up an investigation into top Minnesota Democrats over their opposition to his immigration crackdown. Right, they've subpoenaed at least 6 state and local officials who have spoken out, including Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, St. Paul Mayor Khalid Herr, Attorney General Keith Ellison, and attorneys for Hennepin County and Ramsey County, which are where Minneapolis and St. Paul are located. And those last 3 are especially notable because they have the power to open investigations into alleged crimes into their jurisdictions, including the killing of Renee Good. But also, experts say that the subpoenas could make that more difficult. So also, investigating, it's already a challenge. And that's because the Trump FBI, they've reportedly withheld access to evidence and otherwise refused to work with state and local authorities. But in any case, you had Ellison telling reporters that the subpoena that his office received was only for records and documents and not for him personally, though he also went on to accuse Trump of targeting his office because it just filed a lawsuit alleging that the administration's mass deployment of immigration agents to the state, that violated the Constitution. With Ellison also adding, let's be clear about why this is happening. Donald Trump is coming after the people of Minnesota, and I'm standing in the way, and saying I will not be intimidated and I will not stop working to protect Minnesotans from Trump's campaign of retaliation and revenge. You also had Walz calling the whole thing political theater aimed at intimidating public servants, and you had Fry similarly accusing the government of weaponizing its power to try to intimidate local leaders for just doing their jobs. And actually, very notably, the subpoena that Fry received, unlike Ellison's, it's apparently directed at him personally, and it asks him to appear before a grand jury on February 3rd, telling him to bring all records and communications relating to compliance or lack of compliance with immigration detainers in the state of Minnesota. But then also, right, all these subpoenas, they reportedly don't cite a specific criminal statute, right? They're just tied to this recently revealed investigation into whether elected officials' criticism of the crackdown in Minnesota amounts to a conspiracy to impede federal law enforcement. And, as we've seen with this Trump administration, despite this apparently being an open investigation, the officials, they haven't hesitated to breach standard DOJ practice and just throw around serious accusations before it's finished. And so you're seeing things like Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche recently accusing Walz and Fry of encouraging violence against law enforcement and even referring to their actions as terrorism. Though to be clear here, what we have actually heard from Walz and Fry is harshly worded criticism.
Get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Walz has also openly encouraged citizens to record video of any arrests or other encounters between ICE agents and members of the public to create a database of potential future prosecution or wrongdoing by federal law enforcement. And so with everything that's actually been happening rather than what's being alleged, it has legal experts saying that, they're skeptical that there's any real substance to the case, which is then especially notable when you consider the resources that are being devoted to this ridiculousness instead of investigating and maybe even bringing charges against Jonathan Ross, the agent who shot and killed Renee Good on camera. Because on that note, the Trump DOJ, they're actually looking into potential connections between Good, her partner, and left-wing protesters in Minnesota. That is where this administration's priorities are. And that decision also led to the resignation last week of 6 prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minneapolis. And that actually includes one who oversaw the fraud investigation that Trump and his allies have repeatedly used to criticize Democratic leaders in the state and justify the initial surge of agents. Right, and that is actually one of the reasons why the department is extremely short-staffed in Minnesota, with another being that many prosecutors left last year as the administration offered buyouts and encouraged them to quit. And so now what you've been seeing is the Trump administration bringing in prosecutors and agents from other states, apparently not just to keep working on that fraud investigation, but to pursue criminal charges against protesters that it says have impeded the activities of ICE agents. Though also a big thing with that is, despite Trump officials repeatedly claiming that the protesters have just been out there breaking the law left and right, you had the Washington Post reporting this week that only 7 people have actually been charged with assaulting or impeding federal agents since December. And in fact, only 2 have been charged since the killing of Renee Good on January 7th. But also, that's not to say that there haven't been people getting swept up in this. It's just that they're not protesters. Right, you had CBP Commander Gregory Bovino, who you probably know because he's been out there doing his best SS cosplay, revealing recently that officers have made 3,000 immigration arrests in the past 6 weeks. And that is, you had DHS Secretary and ICE Barbie Christie Noem claiming that 10,000 have been arrested in Minneapolis overall and describing them as criminal illegal aliens who were killing Americans, hurting children, and raining terror. But also, if you don't already, here's a reason to doubt that that description applies to all or even most of them. Because despite claims that they're going after the worst of the worst, it's been reported that ICE has arrested thousands of people who have only minor offenses, from traffic violations to weed possession. And understand, that's also as the agency has reportedly arrested tens of thousands of people with no criminal records at all. With a recent CBS analysis of internal government data also finding that less than half of the now record-high detainee population have had criminal charges or convictions in the states. And then on top of all that, you even have local police speaking out against the tactics being used by at least some federal agents in the Twin Cities, including their alleged targeting of people based just on the appearance of race. I mean, you literally had the police chief of one Minneapolis suburb revealing at a news conference yesterday that multiple off-duty officers in his department had been targeted by ICE and that all had been people of color, saying,
"I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to think of how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day."
And then with that, you also had the sheriff of Hennepin County agreeing that people were being stopped, questioned, and harassed solely because of the color of their skin, and adding,
"We demand more from our federal government. More professionalism, more accountability, more humanity. We demand lawful policing that respects human dignity."
And then again, just to continue this point, you had St. Paul's police chief similarly reporting that city employees had been subject to traffic stops that were clearly outside of the bounds of what federal agents are allowed to do. Then with all that, you had Bovino responding to the criticism and defending his agents, saying,
"Everything we do every day is legal, ethical, moral, well-grounded in law."
And then at the same time, you also had Trump mostly doubling down, but then sort of acknowledging that immigration agents might not be in the right every day. And Trump then also saying he understood both sides of Renee Good shooting and felt terrible about it, and added,
They're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, they deal with rough people. They're going to make a mistake. Sometimes it can happen. We feel terribly.
He'll also say, regarding the case of Renee Good, we've actually recently been given more reason to think that her death, it wasn't just a mistake, but rather the result of callous disregard for her life. And at least for right here, I'm not even talking about the shooting itself, which was horrible, and I've already expressed my viewpoint on it, but what happened after. Because you had NPR News and APM reports analyzing videos, 911 calls, fire department records, and dispatch logs, and they found that it took more than 10 minutes after Good was shot before someone gave her CPR, even though ICE agents are supposedly trained in procedure. And not only that, ICE agents allegedly left her bleeding and alone in the car for almost 3 minutes, which was apparently the same amount of time that it took before they contacted emergency services in Minneapolis. Now, that said, bystanders actually had already called at some point, so first responders were on their way. Though reportedly, they then had difficulty reaching the scene because the street was filled with vehicles, many belonging to ICE. And while they were waiting, as we've seen from earlier video, one bystander identifying himself as a physician was actually turned away.
Can I go check a pulse?
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician!
Hey, listen here. And with this, you had a DHS spokesperson defending the ICE agent's response by saying that Good didn't have a pulse, but one, a lack of a pulse is kind of the reason why you would administer CPR, and two, when firefighters arrived on the scene more than 6 minutes after the shooting, they reported that while Good wasn't breathing, she did have a pulse, which was described as thready and irregular. And with that, you had a local doctor who works in an emergency room saying somebody with a thready or diminished pulse is not deceased, and to walk away from an individual at that point is somewhat mind-boggling. And he's not the only Minnesota doctor who's spoken out, with another talking at a press conference and saying,
I learned for the first time through an NPR story that Renee Good still had a pulse 8 minutes after she was shot.
by an ICE agent. And yet, the offer to administer aid from a physician on the scene following his Hippocratic oath was denied. I can't say how much that stirs the blood of everyone behind me here as we try to fulfill our obligation, our oath, and our duty to care for the people of Minnesota.
And actually with that, he was just one of more than a dozen medical professionals who gathered not just to talk about Renee Good, but to explain that their patients, undocumented and citizens alike, they're suffering because of ICE agents in the state and even inside a hospital. Saying, for example, that patients as well as employees, they're afraid to leave home and they're missing appointments and running out of medicine and food. Well, understandably, there's a lot of attention on ICE in Minnesota. ICE isn't just contributing to chaos there, but they might actually be one of the reasons we have a government shutdown. Because Congress, they have until January 30th to pass a funding bill that'll keep the government open. And yesterday, after months of work, you had a group of bipartisan negotiators releasing a 1,000-page deal that would avert a shutdown. But also the funding for ICE, it could block the entire bill from passing, right? Because while the deal, it covers a wide range of things, it would essentially keep ICE funding flat at $10 billion for the rest of the fiscal year. But that funding also is on top of the additional $75 billion for detention and enforcement that has already been allocated to ICE in the GOP's big, beautiful bill. Now, of note here, this new bill, it would also reduce funding for enforcement and removal operations slightly by $115 million, and it would require DHS to spend $20 million on body cameras for ICE agents, as well as another $20 million for inspections and oversight for ICE detention facilities. But what you're seeing is that many Democrats have demanded that any ICE funding come with conditions to rein in and reform the agency, especially after the killing of Renee Good. And with that, just last week, you had House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries arguing that the killing showed that clearly there are some common sense measures that need to be put in place to hold ICE accountable and gain Democratic support for a spending bill. Already, you're seeing multiple Democrats saying they will reject this bill if there are no reforms to ICE, including Representative Ro Khanna, who called the deal a surrender to Trump's lawlessness and vowing to help lead the opposition to the funding measure. But that said, it's not all cut and dry. You've also had some key Democratic lawmakers defending the bill. Senator Patty Murray, for example, the top Democrat on the Senate Appropriations Committee, noted that the bill still rejected many Trump-backed cuts while investing in Democratic issues like education, rental assistance, and medical research. And with that, claiming that a government shutdown over ICE funding wouldn't solve anything because ICE could just continue to operate during a shutdown thanks to the $75 billion in the Trump bill. Right? And noting while ICE would be fine, other key agencies like TSA and FEMA would have their funding shut off. And so she argued the suggestion that a shutdown in this moment might curb the lawlessness of this administration is not rooted in reality. And adding, in a shutdown, this administration can do everything they are already doing, but without any of the critical guardrails and constraints imposed by a full-year funding bill. And actually, at the same time, over in the House, you had the top Democratic appropriator, Representative Rosa DeLauro, voicing her support for the bill, though notably she didn't really appear to encourage her colleagues to embrace the deal. Broad reforms that Democrats had demanded, and adding, I understand that many of my Democratic colleagues may be dissatisfied with any bill that funds ICE. I share their frustration with the out-of-control agency, but adding, I encourage my colleagues to review the bill and determine what is best for their constituents and communities. So with all that, as far as what happens next over in the House, they're expected to vote on the measure later this week, and they should be able to pass it most likely, as long as basically all the Republicans vote in favor of a few Democrats join most Republicans. In the Senate, that's a different question, right? They're not even in session until next week, meaning that they have just mere days to avert a shutdown. And because 60 senators are needed to pass the legislation, Republicans will need Democrats to get on board. That could be hard, not only because Democrats view the bill as a blank check to fund ICE without any conditions, but also because it doesn't address the Obamacare subsidies that expired at the beginning of the year. That, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Wednesday Philip DeFranco show is going to end. But hey, one, I'll see you right back here tomorrow for another dive into the news, and two, I've got more for you to watch actually right now because I also just released the newest episode of my podcast, Crashing Out with myself and Alex Perlman, and it was something. It's been blowing up and we'd love to have you. Talk to me about gay hockey! How do you get on a board of peace without, paying your Trump tithe?
2022, I was like,
What if I try to take over the world? What if I do that before I die?
Which one do you think is the best Cars movie? Cars on the Road?
Not the one where he became a spy.
We're gonna get into all of the horrors of the world, but give us a moment here.
Oh, it's Clay.
Well, we're officially 1 year into Donald Trump's second term, and I've got to be honest, I don't think it's going too well, to put it mildly. Just on the domestic front, more than 50% of the objectives laid out in Project 2025 have already been implemented. A secret police force is now going door to door to hunt down immigrants. They're also kidnapping people off of the streets and putting them in concentration camps where human rights abuses and deaths are common occurrences, mostly due to neglect, but sometimes because of straight up homicide, as was the case with Geraldo Lunas Campo, who was strangled to death in a concentration camp in Texas. They're also executing citizens in broad daylight with impunity and then treating the victim's family like they're the criminals. And that same Gestapo-like secret police force is also functioning as a de facto personal paramilitary for the president, occupying cities run by his political opponents and terrorizing residents at his behest. And our descent into full-blown authoritarianism has happened so quickly that international human rights groups like Amnesty are sounding the alarm about the rapid erosion of human rights in the U.S., including freedom of speech, free press, freedom from political persecution, freedom from political intimidation, Fourth Amendment protection, such as due process, just to name a few. In fact, just 6 months in, political philosophers like John Werner Muller were already sounding the alarm about the total collapse of checks and balances, not to mention academics with expertise on fascism fled the country just months into Trump's second term. And mind you, millions of Americans knew that it would be bad to vote for a fascist, but they voted affirmatively for fascism anyway because so many of them thought that the upside would be that the cost of eggs would be cheaper. So let that sink in. But we're barely even scratching the surface on the domestic front because I haven't even talked about the blatant corruption from this regime, or Doge, remember that? Or the Epstein files. The American way of life has fundamentally changed within the span of a year. And it's not like things were great before, but I would give anything to go back to the time when things were only very bad. That sounds like utopian almost by comparison. But on the international front, it's arguably even worse because Trump has irreparably destroyed relationships that we've had with other countries for centuries. And the entire world sentiment towards the US can be summed up by this Danish member of parliament.
Let me put this in words you might understand. Mr. President, fuck off.
He's basically speaking for the rest of the world. And can you blame anybody for feeling this way? The Prime Minister of Greenland is now telling residents to prepare for a possible invasion by their supposed ally, the United States. And Denmark has even deployed troops to Greenland as tensions escalate. Unexpectedly, the threat of a U.S. invasion has led to protests in Greenland, with both Danes and Greenlanders wearing red MAGA hats which state, "Make America go away." Who can blame them? And Greenlanders in particular are now faced with a choice. Do they flee the country if the U.S. invades, or do they stay and fight? And this woman is making preparations to flee the country and explaining to her parents that she's not going to be able to take them with her, while others are committed to staying and fighting a potential U.S. invasion. But they're not alone, because Trump is simultaneously threatening to invade Mexico, and the country's population is reasonably on edge as well as a result, with the president having to reassure citizens that the U.S. military activity in their vicinity isn't a sign of an imminent invasion, because, I mean, they think that it might be, given what Trump has said. And even Canada is preparing for a potential U.S. invasion, something that they say is unlikely, but they still think that that's warranted given Trump's numerous threats to annex them as well. And I can't stress this enough, our reputation will never, ever recover from this. And it's not really clear yet if we're going to have free and fair elections going forward, but assuming that we do, assuming one day we get a normal president who tries to restore American democracy and rebuild the liberal international order that Trump trampled on, countries are still never going to want to trust us ever again. Can you blame them? They're right to never trust us again. Who wants to sign a treaty with us when a future fascist president can just renege on it immediately? Who wants to make a deal with the country when the same leader you just made a deal with reneges on said deal? Like, Trump just struck a deal with European countries last year, and he's now announcing new tariffs on them as a punishment because they don't want him to invade Greenland. And then there's also the letter. We haven't even talked about the fucking letter yet, where he sent a letter to the leader of Norway.
Let's go look at a review for a game called Lort. I've never even heard of before.
What is up, everybody? My name is Hudson. Welcome to Lort. Lort is a 1 to 8 player co-op roguelike, all about stacking items and creating explosive synergies. I've had this game on my wish list for some time now. I've been very excited to try it out. So when Lort reached out to me to sponsor this episode, it was a no-brainer. Thank you, Lort, for sponsoring this episode. It'll be on sale right now for 2 weeks. You can pick it up for less than $10. Click the link in the description down below. You'll be taken directly to the Steam page. I had the pleasure to play this with 3 of my friends, and I think calling this game chaotic is an understatement. You see in the toilet, somebody's watching.
Your toilet? Oh my gosh.
Wee! What the hell is this birdfish? It's a bird chameleon fish. This is Bob. He watches over the camp when we're gone.
Now it's grocery time. Go
Grocery
to the board
time.
and select an ingredient quest. We'll need them to complete the stew.
Oh, we're making a stew.
We're just going out to go shopping. Okay.
This is this crock pot.
The goblin appetizer. We're looking for the proto-tato.
Oh, okay, I'm in.
Yep, that's how vans work.
Yep.
Hilly billy countryside. All right, 3 goblin camps. Pretty flowers.
This guy looks mad.
Oh!
I have to challenge this guy.
Already. Oh, here goes.
Not bad. It doesn't look that
Oh
bad.
god, okay, we're coming. We don't have any kind of range attack. What is this? Oh, that's a
I
bad
got a
guy.
new hammer. I just picked up a hammer.
Oh, nice.
How'd you get a hammer?
Like there's just stuff on the ground that the enemies are dropping. Just gonna take off and try to go for one of these other goblin camps.
I think I'll buy this. I'd have to play it. Does it have a demo? February 4th, huh? I will add this to my wish list, and I believe I will buy it. I just don't think I'm going to do it this month. Let them design it a bit more. It's got a positive rating. Okay. That's what I'm afraid of. With no matchmaking and the solos weak and slow, I don't really see a point in it. And if there's no way to live, you know.
So I'm assuming you can kind of see the prize above their fire. You see the little book up there? So yeah, their fire broke, and now we get this book. Intelligence, 0.99% cooldown reduction. Champion trial. You guys want to do this?
It's another unfinished game. They just release every game unfinished now, and that's another problem with it. It is 6:20. I want to get back into Enshrouded.
Oh God!
Wait, no, I didn't. I think I got hit by somebody.
Oh, that was a big hit.
I got you, teriyaki.
Are you digging her grave up?
I'm digging her up out of the grave. How do you heal? Can you or no?
The heal flask. Just dousing myself. Night 1 done. Or night 1 starting. Okay.
Double tap, make sure he's dead. Well, oh, someone's dead.
There's like these demonic looking dudes. Don't know what that's about.
I got you, I got you, I got you. I'm the healer. I'm the resident healer.
I've got 87 money. I'm gonna open up one of these chests and see what happens. I got Daughter's Dangler, 30% status effect damage. Ooh, that's a fun sound. Good days remain.
I just figured out the, Oh, do you only get 1 heal class?
Look at this big chest. This guy's selling stuff. Does he sell that good meat? Health regen. Here you go. So someone's got 85 monies, they can buy the health regen. How about the icicle of icy yum? Did you find a sound pad? Strength, baby. Plus attack power, damage with weapons and abilities, and more health. Charge through, and then slam them. Ooh, that's the combo right there. I got the sound pad. Big chest time. Let's go. I got Ping Pong's Pinballers. Primary attack's 10% chance to bounce a pinball 4 times, dealing 140% attack power and has physical damage. Oh, I saw it. Saw the pinball happen. Apprentice's wand. Okay. I got a magical wand here. It's not my thing, but...
Throw fire at me.
Ooh, that's nice. I don't know if we have enough time to fight anybody else but the boss. See the big skull up in the sky like a Sea of Thieves fort?
I'm also bringing enemies. I don't know if that's a bad thing.
More the merrier.
Oh, I gotta run.
That's so many enemies. Their bodies are just flying. I'm at 2 health. I'm at...
What is the AirPod batteries at?
I couldn't connect to your AirPods. Make sure that they're on and located nearby.
What's my AirPod batteries at? 77 already, huh? Alright, well, let's use them. I've got 20 minutes left.
You help.
Oops.
Did we do it? Or we gotta fight the boss still?
Yeah.
Oh,
I have 0. Okay.
I'm here at the potato. It's a cooking station. Can I take it? Hold F to steal. Requires all players. Here we go. Probably gonna summon the boss.
Oh God!
Ah!
Maybe there's no boss, it's just a bunch of dudes.
Oh my God.
Who's doing
Me.
I'm dead. I'm down. Well, chaotic is accurate, I would say. Oh, that hammer looks nice.
My hammer.
That looks nice. Thank you for the res.
Get him!
Boss is here.
Oh, that's a boss! That's a boss!
It's Chun.
What is considered to be the best AirPod device for a gamer? I own the AirPods 4. Is there something better? Yeah, they do. Huh. I'm just gonna take a look at the settings one last time. Enemy damage is at 300. Maybe it's better at 200. And, cause yeah, I'm still dying like a little fast. And, yeah, there we go. I could pacify enemies, but no, I think I like how they work. And,
Grundussie W. Crussell.
No.
Not the Grundussie. I am taking lots of damage. I'm dead. GG easy on my my grave. I should be doing the dodge more often. I think that's why I'm getting got here. This guy camping your graves right now and I'm low. I'm going.
Oh, and there's a.
It's on fire. It's on fire.
We're on fire. Our graves are on fire.
I'm on fire. Mayday.
Oh God. Oh,
There's
God.
no way. There's no way I could get that.
You failed. Uh-oh.
Was the soup that important? Well, we got 2 new characters. Cliff Bowman. Hurl a spiritual log. Okay. It's called the Trunk of Terror. We got fireballs. Bunch of ball of lava that explodes on hit. Up and away, Fishbird. I'm excited to be a ranged unit here. Oh, that's pretty good. So we gotta do 3 camps and then 3 trials. Oh, what's this thing? Hold to revive allies. Requires 1 dead ally. Oh, wow, that's nice. So you can just get everybody up by going to this thing. Oh, I really like this guy. He good.
Lort. Let's go look at Lort. Can I get a copy of Lort just to try it? No. It's not my style of game. I don't. Well, it's my style of game, but it's not like usually the sort of game I would play. Oh. Hello. Hey. Okay. Okay. Oh, I don't care. Go ahead and cook pasta. I don't have a lot of gluten, so it's okay when I do have it. The potato. Yeah. I think. I don't know. You choose. I don't know. Okay, and then you want me to come up and make a salad, right? Okay, what time should I come? 7? Okay. Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry. You might consider filling maybe the sink with hot water. It'll get your hands warm. Are you running both of the Sorry about that. Got family dinner here in half an hour. I'm gonna stop in 20 minutes here.
Good stuff. Oh.
You disconnected me from my iPod. So annoying. So annoying. Why don't you put sound on the bar? You're so dumb. I need sound. Now you're only coming through on left. Damn it. I'm gonna put you away. And then pull again. There we go.
Unga answer.
What is this giant log that you're throwing?
It's one of my abilities.
It's...
Oh, golden lunchbox!
A good game, but it looks like a kid's game. It's looking like Genshin Impact because the performance is pretty good, and I don't need a roguelike like this. I do, but I need to be able to live in the world, and I doubt it lets you do that.
Big hard wood?
What?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Ooh, sprint speed plus. I like that. Compass Pro, 10% attack speed. I think I might have enough for this chest. Gatago Faust's Band. Kills have 5% chance to spawn a speed orb that gives nearby players plus 30% sprint speed for 5 seconds.
Oh, I hit her with a brick! Fuck, I almost died! I gotta
Worth.
My headphones are dying.
Halfway.
Like they didn't charge.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it! Oh, I just walked through the fire. I'm walking through the fire. I'm walking through fire. We got him.
Let's go!
The stuff. The potato! The potato! Oh, we gotta still get out of here? Get to the van. Van it out.
I think I don't want to buy another incomplete game. They're all incomplete. And it's like, I don't know, that game's not looking like it's done. I'm sorry. I'm kind of done, like, investing in early access. I'm feeling really hurt by that. Like, all the games that I buy in EAC, I don't really play. Maybe later. Maybe I'll buy next month, like, on the 3rd, when I'm feeling a little bit more flush. But right now, with, like, 50 bucks in my bank account, I don't think I want to spend a fifth of what I have on, Ooh, cave passage. What's this? Oh, luminous growth. Blue luminous block. Okay.
Quest complete.
Let's go.
The arrow's in this guy's forehead. You see that?
Yes.
We gotta kill Lumberjack. Me too. Oh, I'm down. Maybe there's a shrine of revival somewhere. Oh, keep going that way. Keep going that way. Straight, 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 straight. To your left. That shrine of revival right there. Nice.
Alright, I revived everyone except and I died.
I'm at 1 health. I can't move. I can't move.
Nope, you're gonna die.
Oh, you got something. Somebody hit you with some like flowing.
All it really is, it's Postal. It's like a 3D Postal, and I don't actually really like Postal.
Thing.
Oh, night's gonna be even worse.
I didn't like Risk of Rain 2 that much. Which is sacrilegious, but I mean, it's true. I didn't like Risk of Rain 2 that much. You know, it was alright. I've been back to Deep Rock Galactic in a while. Might be fun to try that again, see how the solo play is now. Alright, well, I got some luminous growth. Oh yeah, I'm like full now though. Oh god, do I go in there? Cave passage. Is it gonna kill me? I can't see in there. Oh, it is gonna kill me. Oh no. Well, I can't return here. Oh god. Let's lose all of that. I think I did. I think I lost all of that. Jesus Christ. I was like, is it gonna kill me? And it did. It did. It full blown did. I feel like it didn't take me that long to get here. forgot where I was. Oh. I guess I went this way.
Admitting that he is wanting to invade Greenland because he's salty about not winning the Nobel Peace Prize, even though the Norwegian government doesn't control who wins the prize. That's an independent body, and they also aren't even in control of Greenland. That's Denmark, so why he sent them this letter, I don't know. But I mean, we will never live down the humiliation that is Donald Trump, and we don't deserve to. The way that the world has to kiss his ass and coddle him like a child and stroke his ego and give him fake trophies and whatnot. Like, it is truly one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my entire fucking life.
It is the
And
most
whether we like it
embarrassing
or
thing
not,
I've ever seen.
That is going to be how the world views Americans in perpetuity. And to be honest, it's not that far off, right? Us sane Americans, though, we're going to have to pretend to be Canadians for the rest of our lives if we ever travel abroad, because, like, I have too much pride to ever be associated with whatever the fuck that is. And on the subject of Donald Trump making a fool of himself and threatening allies, he just threatened a 200% tariff on France because Macron doesn't want to join his dumbass board of peace or whatever the fuck he's proposing now.
Oh, did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, you know, that's all right. What I'll do is, if they feel like Costco, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently.
So let me get this straight. Trump is saying, I don't want him to join, but if he doesn't join, I'm going to punish him for not joining, but he doesn't have to join if he doesn't want to join, although he probably didn't even say that he doesn't want to join. What the fuck, man? Like, he is actually insane. And if the cabinet doesn't invoke the 25th Amendment, you might as well get rid of it, because if it's not used now, it's clearly never ever going to be used. I will never get over the fact that this fucking guy is America's first dictator. Like, I always imagine it'd be somebody who's extremely suave and intelligent and charismatic and not overtly Machiavellian, but instead, it's this bloated, moist pedophile with the IQ of a doorknob who wears orange clown makeup that he couldn't apply evenly if his life depended on it. Like, how is this real life? How is this actually the reality that we are fucking living in? But I do want to be clear, because there are actual consequences for what Trump is doing internationally, and it would be bad enough if it was just our reputation and credibility on the line, but if he keeps antagonizing our allies, they could utterly ruin us in a plethora of ways. Our economy could collapse if the world chooses to abandon the dollar as the reserve currency. Europe is already threatening to use an anti-coercion instrument known as the trade bazooka, where they collectively impose crippling tariffs on the U.S. to crush our industries. A top French economist is calling for retaliatory action against American oligarchs like Elon Musk in order to punish Donald Trump. And if Denmark in particular really wanted to make us suffer, they could cut off our access to their pharmaceuticals, including Ozempic and even insulin. And since America gets around 74% of its total insulin supply from Denmark, that could lead to an actual shortage of a drug that people need to survive. And this is something that they're weighing as a countermeasure to Trump's imperialist aggression. And Trump seems to still think that other countries need us more than we need them, even after China just clapped his cheeks in the trade war. China stopped buying U.S. soybeans from farmers in America, and they're instead now buying them from Argentina. And now American farmers, most of which voted for Donald Trump, by the way, are at risk of losing their farms because of the policies of the dictator that they
treat them like
but
shit.
Destroying entire industries wasn't even a wake-up call for Donald Trump, apparently, because he is still antagonizing the rest of the world as if there's no consequences. And the rest of the world have mostly kept their powder dry up until this point. But based on some of the comments made by world leaders at Davos, you really do start to get the sense that tensions have reached a boiling point. Like, just listen to some highlights from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's speech, and you understand that they are not playing games anymore with us.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can, and the weak must suffer what they must. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. No, it won't. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage. Financial infrastructure as coercion. Supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination. If great powers abandon even the pretense of rules and values for the unhindered pursuit of their power and
Look, it's a man with a brain.
Gains from transactionalism will become harder to replicate.
I'm so jealous.
Cannot continually monetize their relationships. Allies will diversify to hedge against uncertainty. They'll buy insurance, increase options in order to rebuild sovereignty. Sovereignty that was once grounded in rules but will increasingly be anchored in the ability to withstand pressure.
To translate, he's saying we are disentangling the
thank God.
Canadian economy from the U.S. economy, so that way they can't use their financial might as a weapon of leverage against us to get us to do what they want. And they're not alone. More and more countries are moving away from their dependence on the U.S. economy in favor of more bilateral agreements with stable countries who have reliable leaders. Canada also just struck a deal with China last week. In other words, they're trying to cut the U.S. out of the equation because we just can't be trusted. And if enough countries do this, they can basically bring the entire U.S. empire to heel. That would be really bad for us economically speaking, but I mean, again, can you blame them? I don't wish pain and suffering on Americans, especially the ones who didn't have anything to do with this mess, but I understand why other countries feel like they have to use extreme measures to stop us, you know, do things that would humble us, because look at what's happening. They can't just shut up and take it. Like, they have to stand up to this bully that is Donald Trump. And Carney was not the only one taking shots at the U.S. at Davos, because the French Prime Minister made similar comments.
Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable.
Okay, made it home. I'm gonna stash and then... Oh, I need to make some chests. Nails and wood logs and workbench, but what do I not have? No slots in the backpack, okay. How do I make nails? Ooh, an experience scroll. Oh, cool. It's just an experience scroll. Ooh, will I ding? I really want this, thingy. Grenade balls there. I'll just stack this place full of boxes and I'll move the walls if I need to. I'll just stack boxes all the way around the ring. I'll just keep filling, I'll keep stacking boxes rather than sorting, because the crafting will draw from the boxes, so it's awesome. Okay, I'm going to call it here. You have been watching Skycat Live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Click on the cast space donate. Come to the Twitch or the YouTube links here. Give me a like, sub, or a follow. I have thousands of videos on my channel. I'm going to family dinner now, and I'm going to be gone like 60 to 90 minutes, and then I'll be back to play some Starfield Hardcore, and then probably more Enshrouded. And yeah, thank you for your time, guys. We'll be back. Gonna scoop the cat box and go up to dinner. And I love you guys. Thank you so much. I will see you later. Bye. Okay, guys, I'm back. What's up? It's 8:26 p.m. and it's been about an hour and a half. And yep, we're going to back into the video games. Gonna play some Starfield Hardcore.
Against
Hi, I love you.
Territorial sovereignty. But we do prefer respect to bullies. We do prefer science to plotism, and we do prefer rule of law to brutality.
So the rest of the world is fucking done with the United States. They are done. Centuries of diplomacy, decades of international organization and order all gone like that because millions of brain-dead dipshit Americans decided to put this madman in charge of the most powerful country in the world. All because they thought that he would bring down the cost of eggs for some reason. So, needless to say, the first year of Trump's second term hasn't been very good. In fact, it's been inconceivably catastrophic, like worse than the worst case scenario that I envisioned in my head. I knew it would be bad, but I just wasn't creative enough to envision all of the ways that they would fuck the country and the world over. Like, they're finding new ways to fuck up the country every day. It's so bad that even centrist pundits like Anna Kasparian, who dismissed Trump's association with Project 2025 and even denied that he was a fascist, are now admitting, actually, they were very much wrong.
I'm sorry. I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming. I'm such an idiot.
Yeah, and that clip really speaks to how bad things are, because for somebody like Anna, it would behoove her to continue to downplay Trump's threat in order to appease her new right-wing viewers and friends, but in doing so, she'd basically be denying reality and would thus lose even more credibility than she already has. So, you know, she's forced to basically admit that, yeah, it is really bad. It's undeniably bad. Even Piers Morgan, another centrist, talks about how hard it is to keep up with Donald Trump because every day there's some new bullshit to dread. Like, that's not the way that he worded it, but that's the vibe that I got from what he said, because you can't keep up. At this point, the only people who can't see how bad it is are Trump's actual cult members who are delusionally living in an alternate reality. But the realm of empirical reality, the plane of existence that most of us actually live in, you know, it's pretty obvious for us. It is an objective fact that Trump is going to be regarded as one of the most destructive forces in the history of this country. And this is the obvious conclusion after just one fucking year, might I add. We've got 3 more to go, at a minimum, you know, because that's assuming he leaves office. So who knows what else he has in store for us, but one thing's for sure, the longer he stays in office, the more damage he's gonna do. So unless his cabinet and Congress removes this psychopath from office, we will be completely and utterly and irreversibly fucked for the foreseeable future.
Do yourself a favor and click the join button on YouTube to become a member. Because Mike's doing a great job getting to watch his videos before everyone else is tremendous. Many people are saying this. Join today, folks. You won't regret it.
Let's celebrate a gay icon. He's a billionaire. He hates democracy. He's argued that women voting was a mistake. And he's funded politicians who want to roll back LGBTQI+ rights. But don't worry, he's openly gay. So that definitely cancels out the harm. Welcome to Peter Thiel, gay icon. A story about how identity without solidarity becomes a shield, and how being out doesn't mean being on your side. So Peter Thiel never actually came out on his own. In 2007, he was outed by Gawker, a fact that becomes extremely important later because Teal would go on to spend years and millions of dollars quietly engineering Gawker's destruction. Outing people is, as we know, fucked up. At the time, Gawker treated sexuality.
They funneled us straight into ISIS's hands. Once in ISIS's hands, they broke my window.
Let's celebrate a gay icon. He's a billionaire. He hates democracy. He's argued that women voting was a mistake.
They funneled us straight into ISIS's hands. Once in ISIS's hands, they broke my window.
Get the fuck out of the car right now!
What happened? I disconnected. Sorry, guys.
You can help build the only
Sorry, I have no idea what that
independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you go straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so fucking important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Sky, can you you were just telling us off camera a little bit about your story. Can you tell us what happened to you?
So first off, I'm a United States Marine veteran. We were following them from a safe distance.
Following ICE agents.
Yep, following ICE agents. They stopped in the middle of the road and reversed on 62. They tried to ram our car. They tried to get us into a bottleneck. Once I saw a police officer from Mendota Heights, I tried to wave them down, and they funneled us straight into ISIS's hands. Once in ISIS's hands, they broke my window.
I've been searching all the outlets in the chat.
Do not break my fucking window.
You guys got into the John is looking at is a black.
Get out of the fucking, get out of the car. Put the car in park, get out of the car. Put the car in park, get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Virginia, TBN.
You know I'm a Marine Corps veteran.
I don't care what you are. Get the fuck out of the car right now! Get the fuck out of the car, please!
They yanked me out by my neck. They threw me to the ground.
TBN.
You know I'm a Marine Corps veteran. Officer from Mendota Heights, I tried to wave them down, and they funneled us straight into ISIS's hands. Once in ISIS's hands, they broke my window.
I've been searching all the outlets in the chat.
Do not break my fucking window.
You guys got into the John is looking at is a black.
Get out of the fucking, get out of the car. Put the car in park, get out of the car. Put the car in park, get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Virginia, TBN.
You know I'm a Marine Corps veteran.
I don't care what you are. Get the fuck out of the car right now! Get the fuck out of the car, please!
They yanked me out by my neck. They threw me to the ground. They stomped on me. They pushed my face into the ground. They put the cuffs on as tight as possible to the point where it took 6 agents to try to get them off.
What let you talk about the the local law enforcement working with the federal government to kind of funnel you in? What was the lead up when they get out of their vehicles presumably, or were they did.
Nazis.
They didn't get out. They drove their vehicle towards mine until I surrounded mine.
Okay, so they surround yours, and then how? Like they come up, they break.
And then the cops went into a parking lot. They pulled off to the side, and they watched the DHS and Homeland Security and whoever else it was assault me. And they listened to me scream for help.
Like, what I'm trying to get to is like, did they say anything to you before they broke the window, or was it immediate?
No, it was immediate.
Immediately broke.
They said, get out of the fucking car or we're taking you.
Had they stopped you at all before that? Had you had any reason to believe that you were about to be targeted before that?
They put their lights on, but they don't have any jurisdiction. As women, we're told to go to a well-lit area where we can make sure that we're safe and we're not going to be attacked by armed thugs. So we were trying to comply with what we've been taught our entire lives as women.
You're, I mean, I'm getting like the sense of emotion off of you right now. Like, can you walk me through like what are you feeling in this moment?
This is not the country that I gave my life for.
Goddamn right.
I took an oath, and it's the oath that they're spitting on and stomping on. And this isn't Germany. They're Nazis. They're Gestapo. They think that they're above the law. They don't care.
What was your intention when you're out there following them? Are you out there to document what they're doing, to warn your friends and neighbors? Is that you know that ICE is in your neighborhood? Like, is that what you were out there to do?
They shot my neighbor in the face this week. That's what I'm out there to prevent.
When so you're directly inspired by you know what happened.
Keith Porter, Renee Good, all of the above.
Okay, so they break the window, they haul you out. They're stomping on you, they're beating you. As they're doing this, are they saying anything?
Yeah, they were calling me a bunch of derogatory names, calling me it. They tried to break my ankle. When he turned my ankle all the way around, I screamed, and he said, "Yeah, I bet you fucking like that, don't you?"
Was there anyone else around you to witness what happened to you?
There was a maroon sedan that turned right onto the street that I was being assaulted on, and they had their phones out. They shoved my face into the ground after that so hard I couldn't even breathe.
Do you get the sense that the agents, as they're doing this, like
they're enjoying it?
Yeah, they're enjoying it. They're
enjoying it. They are 100% absolutely enjoying it.
Sky, I'm gonna have us move off to the side just because a car is coming through here.
Oh, this is Daria.
This is our ride.
Oh, your ride.
Yeah.
Your ride is here. Well, I don't know. I imagine that you're gonna.
No, it's not.
No, okay. Not your ride. All right.
Same car, different person.
Got it. So Sky.
Holy Ginger! Hey, come here.
So they're enjoying what's happening to you. Do you get the sense that they would have been at all cowed if there would have been more
Absolutely
witnesses?
Not. They literally said in there, they said, "Have you not learned? This is why we killed that lesbian bitch." Do you think they'd feel sorry about that at all? Using that sort of language?
I'm sorry, babe.
This is the kind of violence that we have seen in so
veterans.
many different instances, where it was so predictable what was going to happen in these cities as the Trump administration ratcheted up the fucking pressure. Ratcheted up the pressure. Put more pressure on these communities. Recruited more of these agents with lax standards and going out of their way to recruit people who were beholden to the president ideologically before anything else, without giving them proper training, without, in fact, probably going out of their way to train them in ways that are directly escalatory, to focus on producing the propaganda first and recruiting what is ostensibly a partisan paramilitary force for the president that can go around beating up people, threatening people. As of right now...
He's not a president, he's a dictator.
A dictator.
A tiny dictator.
When you, I imagine you're probably still feeling some hurt. I don't know if we got, you may have said it up top and it may just not have registered for me, but how long ago this happened?
We were taken at about 2:30, 3 p.m.
So within just the last few hours.
But there were people in the cell with us that were taken at 9 a.m. this morning.
In the cell with you?
And they have not been given a phone call.
So...
And they left. The intercom system is broken, and they left us there without telling anybody that there was detainees in the hallway. We couldn't use the restroom, we couldn't hit water, we couldn't do anything because they left us there.
This is here at the Whipple Veterans. So
Sounds
after
like
they
them.
beat you, they put you, I assume, into their vehicles. Are they saying anything to you in the ride over here? What happens when you get to
me.
Whipple? Walk me through then those intervening hours.
So Well, I'm kind of cheeky.
Yeah, one time I was in District 3 in an intaking cell for a false assault charge that was dropped 2 days later or something like that. And I was chained to a fucking wall. That was the first thing. They took my handcuffs. They chained me to a pipe that was in the wall. And they left me in there for 7 fucking hours from like 11 in the morning until 6 p.m. or something like that. Nobody came. Nobody was in the police. Like, nobody was in the police station. It was a tiny college police station down there at University in South Broadway in Denver. Oh, sorry, not South Broadway. University in I-25 in Denver, District 3, right across from South High School. And I sat in an intake cell and fucking, you know, and that's okay. I mean, it's like an intake cell, but I mean, I had to go to the fucking bathroom. They chained me to a fucking wall. Eventually, after 7 hours, I just hauled off and pissed in front of all 3 cameras. I was just like, here's me pissing on your fucking floor. You left me in here for 7 hours. You know? No bathroom, nothing. Just a stone room. It was one of the more inhumane things that's ever happened to me. Just like when they tossed me around in the fucking paddy wagon with broken ribs. That's what I'm dealing with now. Like I re-damaged my broken rib situation, and I'm dealing with that pain right now.
So I sang the Marine Corps anthem the entire ride over here at the top of my lungs, and the tiny guy who assaulted me pretended to conduct it until I switched it to a remix, and I said, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, I will fight my country's battle against Gestapo and Nazis, first to fight for right and freedom and to keep our honor good. I'm Cloud. Gestapo? That's the secret.
German.
The SS.
Oh, okay. Why
Yep.
would you be fighting against them?
Shut up.
I'm serious.
So, all right, apologies for that interruption there. So, you're singing, you're continuing to protest despite all of that force that you were met with, showing that you're going to keep demonstrating against this administration, continue your resistance in the ways that you can. You arrive here at the Whipple building, and then what?
And then they pulled me out of the car again. The tiny man that assaulted me stayed with me and assaulted me some more, shoving my head into the brick wall, kicking my legs out from under me. He wrenched my arm almost when I was in handcuffs, almost over my head.
They are not careful about your arms and your shoulders and shit. They have broken my shoulder before. They suck so bad.
Sky, this is all so fresh for you still, I know. But have you given any consideration to trying to enact some justice for yourself in this moment, in you know, maybe in the days and weeks to come, like trying to hold some of these agents accountable for what they've done?
I told the agent that assaulted me, I'll be at his Nuremberg trial.
Is that what we need here in the United States?
100%. I told him I would be at his trial, and that the revolution has never lost. You can't kill us all.
Describe to me what
They have been in there since 9 a.m. this morning, and they have not been given a phone call. It's been horrible for them. So
yeah, well, and I want to talk to them too, but Sky, I just want to give you like your kind of last like 2 cents here, and then I want to step off to the side just to give you my card and stuff, so we can continue to follow up with you. But I want to start, or I want to end by going a little bit broader than just what happened to you. And what I always emphasize in like the reporting that we do is, you know, it's easy. You know, we present, you know, one case of cruelty and then another case of cruelty, and after a time it kind of can build up, but you have to, you know, I keep telling people you have to recognize that it's not just your case. If it's happened to you, it's happened to others, and it's not just happening here in Minneapolis, it's happening in cities across this country. You start to talk about hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of cases of abuse in this country to try and make this country whole after the fact. You've talked about trials. Is there anything else that you feel like you need to see to begin to feel like justice is being done, not just for you, but for the country as a whole?
I need the sheriff of Hennepin County, Dewana, to stop lying to my face and saying that you are on the side of the people. You are not. You stand there with a blank look on your face. You are a black African American woman. These are your people. You are an elected sheriff.
And just to underscore what she's saying there, it's been the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that's been providing a lot of the de facto security for ICE agents as they've been conducting these operations for the last many weeks, months here in the Twin Cities area. That when ICE agents are surrounded by counter-protesters who are demonstrating against an ICE operation, it is the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that has come to clear the streets and allow the ICE agents to leave, including with the people that they have abducted. Sky, thank you very much for your time.
The last
and
thing,
for reliving
the last thing that I want to say is that
thank you for serving our country in more ways than
it's
one.
not over yet.
It's not over yet.
I appreciate it.
I took a note to protect this country. It's not over yet. I'll fucking fight you, assholes. You understand? Fucking right-wing fascist Nazi cocksucker stormtrooper assholes. How you guys back this goddamn fucking Scrooge McDuck is beyond me. I'm gonna do something else a little bit less angry. Sorry, guys.
Alright, before anyone pauses the video to type a comment, yes, the thumbnail is dramatic. That's on purpose. Not because the video is about the game dying tomorrow or the engine spontaneously combusting, but because sometimes the only way to get the loudest naysayers to listen is to bait them into clicking first. If that also means a few developers accidentally see while doom scrolling, that's a bonus, not a conspiracy, because there's actually a lot to talk about here. What you're about to hear isn't a rushed take pulled from the ether to fill 10 minutes. This comes from months of community polls, long-form discussions, and a frankly unreasonable amount of time spent playing Sea of Thieves. 8 years in-game, 8 years streaming it, and enough hours staring at the horizon to recognize islands by silhouette alone. When you've been part of a community this long, you start noticing patterns and pixels. So whether you're here because you watch my videos, you clicked out of curiosity, or you're here specifically to disagree with me, welcome. I appreciate all three. Grab yourself a drink, take a seat, maybe lower your blood pressure a little, and let's get started. Let me try to put this into perspective, especially for newer viewers who might be hearing some grumbling from longtime players and wondering why the veterans are clutching their tankards so tightly. This isn't about the good old days being flawless, because they weren't, but about understanding why the current update cadence feels lighter. Let's rewind to Season 6. That season also used a staggered release model, much like we have now. The difference is what actually arrived during those months. In the first month, we got sea fortresses, 6 new locations, each with its own commendations. Mechanically, yes, they were similar, copy-paste with a fresh coat of paint, but at least it was nice paint. More importantly, they were genuinely useful, especially as a reliable source of supplies, which most pirates appreciated more than they'd ever admit. Alongside the first month update, we also received an adventure. Back then, adventures were monthly or bi-monthly narrative drops outside of the seasonal roadmap, basically mini tall tales. This one tied directly into the fortresses, came with solid storytelling, a proper CGI trailer, and actual community engagement. Nothing revolutionary, but it felt intentional. Month 2 followed up with the Shrouded Deep adventure, which subjectively, but also kind of objectively, was one of the strongest adventures we ever had. It culminated in a large large community event where players collectively summoned and defeated a large lie aboard Merrick's ship. And then, in month 3, we got the Legend of the Veil Pirate Legend quest, which is still widely regarded as one of the best voyages this game has ever seen. It is a narrative-driven, mechanically distinct, and ends with its own custom world event, something that still excites players to this day. So in a single season, we received 6 new fortifications with a unique visual identity, 2 narrative adventures, and 1 narrative Pirate Legend voyage with a bespoke world event. On top of all of that, we had regular monthly community events, nothing earth-shattering. Sure, go here, do this, earn a cosmetic, but they kept players engaged and logging in. At the same time, Rare introduced an entirely new mystery system, challenging players both in-game and outside of it to piece together clues tied to ongoing story arcs. If you stuck with it and solved the puzzle, you could earn in-game rewards and in some cases even physical prizes. That kind of engagement mattered. So when you look at it as a whole, we were actually getting a steady stream of sustainable content from multiple directions. Not every season hit the highs of Season 6, and that's fine, but the overall volume and cadence of content remained fairly consistent all the way through to Season 9. And that's where things really started to shift.
You know, I bought Skull and Bones, but I wouldn't buy
let's fast forward to Season 17 and Season 18. Here we're looking at 3 acts, one of which is always time limited, because nothing says relax and play at your own pace like a countdown timer, and a collection of lightly reskinned assets that don't offer much in depth. It's not the content is bad, it just doesn't stick around long enough or go deep enough to feel comparable. To be fair, development constraints, engine limitations, and shifting priorities are all real things, and no one expects every season to be an absolute blockbuster. But when even Season 5, a season largely focused on quality of life improvements with no actual content, arguably delivered more meaningful change than what we're seeing now, it's understandable why players are raising eyebrows. So when the current model is presented as an improvement, that's where the disconnect lies. It's not that the game is doomed or that the developers don't care, it just feels like we're being asked to accept less while being told it's more. And pirates are many things, but subtle gaslighting has never been one of them. Now, to be clear, this isn't about the amount of content being added. The issue is what's actually being done with the content once it arrives. Time and time again. Honestly, going all the way back to Season 10, the ideas themselves have been genuinely great. On paper, some of this stuff is fantastic. The problem has always been the execution. And this is where the long-running joke about the developers not playing their own game starts to feel a little less like a meme and a little more like observational comedy. Smuggler's runs are a perfect example. On paper, the concept sounds brilliant. A marked route across the map, valuable cargo on board, and the constant risk of interception by enemy players. Test that internally with a control group of people all playing as intended, and I can absolutely see everyone nodding and saying, yes, marvelous work, deploy it at once. And to be fair, it would work, if that's how the game actually played out. In reality, there's almost no incentive to run Smuggler's runs at all. The mission arc itself is slow and uninteresting, and you can earn more gold by doing smuggler bottle voyages that completely bypass the whole follow this dangerous route idea in the first place. When safer, faster options pays better, it shouldn't be surprising that players choose it. Plus, you can do these better voyages in safer seas. So, case and point. The end result is predictable. Nobody cares, fewer people log in specifically for it, and trust erodes a little more each time. So when the developers say, we've got big things coming, players can't help but remember that Smuggler's runs were once marked as one of those big things. And well, we all saw how that went. And that's really the core problem. Not the lack of creativity, but a growing disconnect between great ideas and how they land once they hit the sea. Now, I don't pretend to know why this is happening, but something is clearly off, and it has been for a while. Whether it's budget constraints, internal miscommunication, publisher red tape, or simply an aging engine starting to struggle under its own weight. It's impossible to tell from the outside, and we'll likely never get a straight answer. What we can say is this: whatever the cause, the current situation isn't healthy. The signs are there, they've been there for some time, and pretending otherwise doesn't help anyone. And it's not just the game itself. Publicity efforts haven't helped either. Campaigns like Twitch drops and other promotional events have felt oddly muted, generating far less excitement and engagement than they should. Communication around these events is often confusing, with incorrect times, wrong dates, or even the wrong rewards being advertised. Hardly ideal when you're trying to build hype. On top of that, in-game items purchasable with gold are at an all-time low, while premium currency items are being pushed harder than ever. And more often than not, these premium items are just reskins of older models, which only adds to the feeling that priorities are skewed. And let's not even begin to talk about the game's stability. We all know how bad it is at the moment. Taken all together, it's hard to dress it up as anything other than a bit of a mess.
It's a kid's game. You're an adult talking about a kid's game. And it is a kid's game. It's like the premier 360 kids game up there with like Minecraft and shit. Like, I don't know, man. You seem a little exacting about a kid's game. I don't think kids have the same standards as you. He is real. I was like, is that a dude? It is. Fuck this dude. Gun Fu should not have been a mod. They should have just put it in the game. They're stupid. They should rip off the modder. Makes the game so much better. My friendly to start Gun Fu. That's a good trick. Oh. I don't see him. I love this game. I think it's quite a fun game. It totally immerses me. I'm learning to chase that. If the game immerses you, it's a good game. The game does immerse me. Enshrouded immerses me. I'm looking for immersion now in games. I think it's, you know that's something that you could say about Mortal. Mortal kind of immerses you pretty well. I think think that's why I like this so much. It does immerse you. You begin to realize right away that you're like in this sandbox where your choices matter, and you can lose a lot of time and loot if you're not careful, like Russ. I have enough money now where I can just run blank whenever I want. God damn. Dude, that's why I ran blank. Could have died right here. I would have died right there. I like the 3D combat, it's good. I'm sure there's a magazine in here, but goddamn if I'll find it. Guess I'll turn on the music now. Right to your face, bitch, point blank. See, the combat's visceral. I didn't like this the first time I came. But I really didn't know where to go. shotgun yet? No. Modified calibrated Grendel. Assassin's Maelstrom. Oh, I did. So, Deadeye. Calibrated Grendel. Calibrated Maelstrom. Equinox. I like Equinox more than the Grendel. No, more than the Maelstrom. I'll put the Maelstrom last. And then another calibrated Grendel. So unless I have shotgun rounds, which is good. Fuck you, scare me. I almost shot you in your goddamn face. Better announce yourself in this motherfucker. You get smoked. You know that Indo make me paranoid. Hardcore character and such. Okay, weapons wise, we didn't pick. Oh, we did get a nice suppressed Grendel. That'll go up in over this calibrated mod. The Equinox I'm gonna keep, but yeah, I don't like Maelstroms. They're not very good. Grendel's work. And modified Eon and such. Yeah. So. Oh, and then check helmets. Yep. Ablative was good, but it wasn't as good as what I already had. Voices are off, are they?
Not an unsalvageable one, but a mess, nonetheless. Every time Sea of Thieves has a rough update cycle or a feature lands a little flat, the same conversation pops up again. The game needs a new engine. The engine is holding it back. Maybe we need Sea of Thieves 2. And honestly, I understand where that frustration comes from. When you love a game and you can clearly see what it could be, it's easy to blame the thing under the hood. But the truth is, that's not really the problem. Yes, a new engine would absolutely bring benefits, higher fidelity, better graphics, more breathing room for processor power, more memory for assets, smoother performance, allegedly. The whole checklist. Nobody is denying that. But an engine is just a tool, and a better tool doesn't automatically lead to better ideas. You can build the same shack with a golden-plated hammer, it just looks a bit more expensive while still being a shack. Sea of Thieves isn't struggling because the engine can't handle more, it's struggling because the content being delivered often doesn't push what's already there. The depth of voyages, the way the systems interact, how factions evolve over time, none of that is dictated by the engine. Those are design choices. The engine doesn't decide whether something is innovative or safe, it just does what's being told. And right now, it's being told to play things very politely. Now, about the spaghetti code. Yes, it exists. You can practically hear it slurping in the background sometimes. But spaghetti code doesn't mean the game is doomed. Every long-running live service ends up this way. It means things need cleaning up, refactoring, and care, but burning the whole ship down and starting over? No. The current engine is messy, but it's absolutely salvageable. And it's already proven it can support big, complex systems when those systems are actually attempted. A Sea of Thieves 2 or a full-engined rewrite wouldn't suddenly fix shallow mechanics or repetitive loops if you build the game from the ground up but keep delivering the same kinds of updates, you just end up with the same experience again. Only now, the water reflections are nicer. Better waves don't make deeper gameplay, no matter how convincing they look. What Sea of Thieves really needs isn't earth-shattering technical upgrades, it needs more confident, more experimental, and more interconnected design. Systems that collide with each other, events that meaningfully change player behavior, progression that feels more than a sideways step with a new coat of paint. The foundation for all of that already exists. So no, the engine isn't what's holding Sea of Thieves back. And no, Sea of Thieves 2 isn't the magic fix people hope it is. The game doesn't need to be rebuilt, it needs to be pushed, because the difference between a good Sea of Thieves update and a great one has never been the technology. It's always been the ideas behind it. So that brings us to the big question. How do we actually fix Sea of Thieves? What needs to be done? And before anyone says says it. No, this isn't a list of ideas I've dreamed up at 3 a.m. This comes from years of community polls, questionnaires, feedback-focused streams, videos, and for better or worse, acting as a sort of unofficial spokesperson for the game across 8 years of development. Sea of Thieves content creators are basically Super Saiyan community managers, occasionally prone to bad takes. It happens. But this one comes from being deeply embedded in my own community and many others over the years of sailing these seas. None of these ideas exist in a vacuum, and they don't come solely from me. They're a collection of real feedback from real players, and some of it might not align perfectly with your personal.
I spent most of 2025 investigating how Trump monetizes power, from his attacks on big law firms,
smart law firm,
to taking major payoffs for his inauguration, to a crypto scam helping his family rake in billions of dollars. Every time I think I'm done with these stories, I get pulled back in. Today, I want to show you one of the most important and least understood mechanisms that he uses to do it. It involves these gold things on Trump's desk. That's a $130,000 gold bar and a gold Rolex desk clock. But it also involves a $5 million donation from an obscure meatpacking company. It involves American automakers, plastic bottlers, and the biggest tech companies in the world. There is a quid pro quo system embedded directly into Trump's core economic policies, because this is partially a story about tariffs.
I think the tariffs are going to be the greatest thing we've ever done as a country.
The tariffs that were supposed to usher in a new American golden age. The ones that are constantly being hiked, then rolled back, renegotiated, and killed entirely.
All you have to do is make it in the United States. We don't need it from another country.
It's pretty hard to follow the logic of Trump's trade policy. But by the end of this story, you'll have a blueprint to understand all the economic chaos you've seen in 2025, and how all this nonsense is just another mechanism for insiders to get paid.
This is the beginning of making America rich again.
I'm gonna get back to tariffs in a minute, but to fully explain this scheme, I need to dive deep into a company called Pilgrim's Pride. Pilgrim's Pride is a US-based meatpacking company that primarily processes and distributes chicken and pork. They have a long history of price fixing, working with other distributors to artificially drive up the price of poultry in the United States. In 2009, an even bigger company, JBS, bought a majority stake in Pilgrim's Pride. So for the rest of this story, when I say Pilgrim's Pride, just think JBS. They're the biggest meatpacking company in the world, which owns one of the biggest poultry processing companies in the United States.
We're a very big country. We have a lot of beef.
On January 2nd, 2025, Pilgrim's Pride donated $5 million to the Trump-Vance inaugural fund. It was their only political donation in over 20 years, and it was by far the largest they'd ever made. In fact, this was more than all of the big tech companies donated, and it immediately set off alarm bells. In May, when the donation was finally made public, Senator Elizabeth Warren called it out. So the obvious question was, what were they buying? Why did they need to donate so much to Trump? Well, here's what happened next. April 2025, the Liberation Day tariffs kick in.
This is Liberation Day.
But things are about to take a turn for JBS. In June 2025, JBS gets permission from the Trump administration to go public. This is despite their links to corruption, deforestation, and bribery claims. Then, in August, JBS, remember the parent company here, they hired Miller Strategies. Miller Strategies is a MAGA-aligned lobbying firm that is staffed up with former Trump administration officials. They've got the inside line to Trump, the keys to the kingdom, and they're doing tons of business in 2025. Then, finally, in November, all of this work pays off for JBS. Trump announces huge tariff rollbacks, and he specifically eliminates all tariffs on Brazilian beef.
Trump issuing an executive order to drop reciprocal tariffs on dozens of food items, including staples like coffee, beef.
For the most part, the foods, when we cut back a little bit of those tariffs, we'll get the price down.
Now, if you were watching this on the news, it might have looked like Trump finally responding to consumer outcry on the cost of living. But I actually think this is the Rosetta Stone, the key to understanding all of Trump's trade policies, because this is the pattern. Threaten everyone with tariffs, extract payments from the few, and then quietly spare those who were loyal to you. And beef is really just the tip of the iceberg. So who else is buying US trade policy, and what are they getting?
We'll be talking about other subjects like cars. Cars is going to be a very big one.
Once you know the pattern, you really can't stop seeing it. Industries with concentrated power and political access get their exemptions. Everyone else gets uncertainty. Look at automakers, for example.
I'm giving them a little bit of a break, right? It's called a little flexibility.
When Trump took office, even before Liberation Day, he immediately started threatening tariffs. Canada, Mexico, steel, aluminum. Places and products that are very important for making cars. Then a blanket 25% Liberation Day tariff on imported car parts threatened to ruin them.
It's 25% without exceptions or exemptions, and that's all countries, no matter where it comes from, all countries.
Even for cars that are assembled in the United States, a lot of the parts are shipped to auto plants in the US from other countries, meaning they were facing huge cost increases on almost every part. But the big automakers had already bought their insurance.
The Ford people I know very well, what they're doing is negotiating with us.
Ford and GM were both major Trump-Vance inaugural donors. They gave $1 million each and loaned the administration cars for celebrations. They bent the knee. So on April 2nd, Trump announced exemptions for US automakers, dropping the tariffs on most of their parts and their raw materials.
Ford has really been a leader. They've done a great job.
Liberation Day also came for big tech, just like everybody else. The sweeping tariffs would mean huge cost increases for these tech giants, who import almost all of their silicon computer chips from places like Taiwan and South Korea. But like the automakers, big tech had bought their insurance too. You probably saw their CEOs at Trump's inauguration, and most of them at this fawning dinner at the White House.
Thanks for hosting this, and this is quite a group to get together.
What you might have missed was that they all gave $1 million each to the inaugural fund, which was ultimately a small price to pay for the tariff exemption that Trump later gave them on computer chips, which saved them billions of dollars.
Thank you. Thank you for including me. Thank you for being such a pro-business, pro-innovation president.
Plastics companies followed the same playbook. The bottler for Coca-Cola, Reyes Holdings, saw the writing on the wall with tariffs. Tariffs on their raw products means every bottle of soda increases in price.
Coca-Cola expects the tariffs will bring a significant cost increase. The White House says the tariff is meant to prevent unfair foreign trade practices.
Fortunately, Reyes Holdings is run by two brothers who were already Republican mega donors. So PET, the stuff used to make plastic bottles, falls off the list of tariff products. Sometimes these cases are even simpler, even more clear-cut. Switzerland was facing a 39% tariff on all goods sent to the United States, a major blow to their businesses.
The US is a top export market for its pharmaceuticals, watches, machinery, and chocolate.
But what does a country like Switzerland have to negotiate with? They have narrow farm protections that have been in place for decades. I guess they could drop those. They have no tariffs on any industrial goods sent from the US, and they already have a favorable trade policy with us. Well, when you're swept up in the chaos and you don't have a policy solution to offer, sometimes optics are enough.
The Swiss have been mounting, essentially, a charm offensive.
So they sent business leaders to the White House to flatter Trump, give him some gold trinkets, promise some investment, make him feel important. So Trump dropped the tariffs to 15%.
We're going to be working on something to help Switzerland along. We hit Switzerland very hard. We want Switzerland to remain successful.
Now, it's worth pointing out, a lot of these industries are still hurt by tariffs. The major auto companies were able to get some relief, for example, but their donations didn't insulate them completely.
Ford Motor Company posting its first quarterly loss in 2 years, thanks in part to tariffs.
But let's pause for a second. Because when you zoom out from all these deals, these exemptions and carve-outs, it becomes really clear who the system is punishing. Anyone who can't buy access. One clear example of that is soybean farmers.
26,000 soybean farmers in Minnesota sent 60% of their crop overseas.
Soybeans are the perfect example of what happens when trade policy becomes a fealty system.
China, typically the biggest buyer, but not so this year. Their fall harvest order, zero.
The Liberation Day announcements almost immediately started a trade war between China and the United States. The U.S. slapped tariffs on China. China returned the favor and stopped buying U.S. soybeans almost entirely.
The biggest importer, China, has completely stopped buying from U.S. farmers.
For U.S. soybean farmers, China has historically been their biggest buyer. So that's catastrophic. That's nearly an entire year of your biggest market being completely closed to you. Even late into 2025, when the US and China both announced upcoming trade deals and cooling trade tensions, China kept a 13% tariff on US soybeans.
The Chinese now buy the vast majority of their soybeans from Brazil and other South American countries, including now Argentina.
For now, it looks like the damage is done, and it's long term. Chinese buyers are looking elsewhere, primarily to Brazil, who saw their soybean exports jump 64%. But soybean farmers, they didn't make a multi-million-dollar inaugural donation. They don't have the kind of leverage that this system rewards. Their trade association, they've been openly critical of the tariffs. They lobbied for relief, they warned about permanent market loss, but they were mostly ignored. So they don't get real relief. There's no carve-out for them. No exemption is coming.
Don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. It's that simple. What have they done to help us at all?
They lose their main market, and the US government offers $12 billion in bridge payments. But considering farmers have lost up to $44 billion this year, that bridge isn't going to reach the other side. In a system like this, built on chaos, the people who can't pay for economic certainty are the ones who pay the price.
Thank God for tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we'd be a third world nation.
It's been exactly 1 year since Donald Trump was inaugurated, after running on a promise of rebalancing our broken trade system in favor of working class Americans over corporations using foreign countries to rip us off. And the thing is, we do need to fix our trade imbalances, and tariffs can be a good tool for doing that.
My favorite word is tariff.
But looking at this story, it's clear that he never intended for a serious approach to tariffs. So the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was his goal? The answer is clear when you see the pattern. Chaos creates opportunities to get paid. Relief only appears after money changes hands. We see it in donations, in pardons, and in tariffs. An entire government has been reorganized around one man's need for leverage and loyalty.
I may put a tariff on countries if they don't go along with Greenland, because we need Greenland for national security.
And when you organize a government around one man's whims instead of the needs of the many, everyone loses in the process.
Thanks so much for watching. If you like this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to support our journalism. And if you have ideas for other stories that you would like to see us cover, please let us know in the comments down below.
First at 6, we are tracking ICE activity in the state, with ICE officials saying they're arresting the, quote, worst of the worst illegal immigrants in Maine.
Now, Maine leaders are sounding alarms over what they're calling things like fascism and ICE terror in our state. Now, CBS 13 did capture ICE in action today in parts of Maine.
ICE says it has launched what it calls Operation Catch of the Day, in which it arrested illegal immigrants on charges including aggravated assault and endangering the welfare of a child.
Now, Congresswoman Shelley Pingree, she says the operation is targeting, she believes, about 1,400 people in all, with dozens already in custody since yesterday. Now, while there is, of course, a lot of support for ICE operations removing immigrants here illegally, there are also a lot of concerns, especially over potential targets and tactics.
So let's go live to CBS 13's Julia Simone, who just spoke with Portland Mayor Mark Dion about the ICE operation. Julia.
Yeah, guys, Mayor Dion spoke alongside other council members and local leaders, and he acknowledged that many here in the city feel fearful and anxious about the increase in ICE activity, but is also urging people to understand that federal enforcement is lawful. Mayor Dion says the council stands with the immigrant community. When he was asked about the number of arrests in the greater Portland area, he didn't have a number, but says he has received half a dozen videos of ICE encounters here in Portland. Councilor Pius Ali says different community channels have been created to help people who might need food or help getting a child to a school bus, specifically for those afraid to go outside. We also heard from Sarah Lentz, the chair of the Portland School Board. She told us about 52 to 53% of students in the city schools are immigrants. And she says many kids in the community are scared to go to school right now. Mayor Dion says he respects the right for people to protest and demonstrate their opinions about ICE here in Portland, and expects federal agents to conduct themselves in a professional manner and respect the rule of law.
That level of worry and anxiety
is what all of our children are carrying as they go into the classroom. And we know that learning doesn't happen when kids are hungry, when they are scared, and when they don't feel safe. And what is happening in our community right now is making our community not feel safe.
These are standards that are not alien to anyone who carries a badge. It's the standard we expect of our municipal police officers, and I hope and pray it's a standard that the director of ICE would exercise against their agents.
Mayor Dion says he's been in communication with other mayors across the state and says he will continue to do so throughout this ICE operation. Live in Portland, Julia Simone, CBS 13 News. Guys.
All right, Julia, live for us tonight in Portland. Thank you. Now, DHS is not giving a complete list, but did release these 4 mugshots of people who DHS say they've taken into custody since yesterday. DHS says that they include an illegal immigrant from Sudan convicted of charges including false imprisonment, aggravated assault, and assault, as well as obstructing justice in violation of a protective order.
ICE also says agents arrested an illegal immigrant from Ethiopia who's convicted of aggravated assault and cocaine possession, an illegal immigrant from Angola charged with endangering the welfare of a child, and an illegal immigrant from Guatemala for OUI. Those are the only 4 people DHS posted on its website as far as arrests in Maine, even though the agency is targeting roughly 1,400 people.
Now, within the past 24 hours or so, there's certainly been a major ICE presence and increase, including in the city of Westbrook.
CBS 13's Allison LaPierre is live in Westbrook for us, where she spoke with local officials and city officials. Allison, what have you heard as a response to the increase of ICE agents?
There's been mixed opinions from locals here in Westbrook as there's been an increase of federal ICE agents scattered throughout the city, with one case of a man being detained this morning off of Central Street in Westbrook, and the whole thing's captured on camera. Here you see ring video footage of a man in Westbrook being detained by a half a dozen federal ICE agents outside of his home off Central Street Wednesday morning. We spoke with an eyewitness of the interaction.
They just arrested him. They didn't ask him no questions. Took him out his car, put him in the backseat of their car, and parked his car for him and then left, like, really fast.
Just down the road, employees at Ace Hardware showed us videos of what appears to be a federal agent parked outside the store Tuesday morning.
It's terrible. It's disgusting. It's not right.
Westbrook Mayor David Morris responded to reports of individuals being detained in the city. He says he is confused why it's necessary.
Westbrook is a community that sees our immigrants as one of the reasons why we're thriving, not as something that we're suffering from. Seeing people being detained who have children in our schools, they don't understand why this is happening, and frankly, neither do I.
We spoke with a handful of people in the community to get their thoughts on seeing ICE in Westbrook.
I really feel there's a lot of people whose rights are violated.
You never know what's going to happen, and like people are scared to open their doors or even leave the house nowadays.
Others who didn't want to appear on camera told us they support ICE. It's a sentiment we're also seeing through comments on our Facebook page. John says, "Do your job, ICE, love it." David commented saying, "I voted for this." And Tori, who says, "Good job, ICE, keep up the good work." Westbrook's mayor tells us if anyone feels uncomfortable or unsafe, they can contact the city's police department. In Westbrook, Allison LaPierre, CBS 13 News.
Now, we're also hearing today from Maine Congresswoman Shelley Pingree, who says she's hearing firsthand from constituents and others who she says are experiencing fear and disruption from the ICE operation. She calls on Facebook a, quote, terror campaign, saying ICE is looking to, quote, round up 1,400 people in Maine. She also says the administration has so far refused to share details of Operation Catch of the Day, even with members of Congress, but what they've seen so far, she believes, has been concerning.
And what we've seen happening in Minnesota is that people are picked up quickly and moved out of state, often without the ability to have a court proceeding or to challenge any of the actions that ICE is taking. So there's a lot that people are worrying about, and we're worrying as well.
Now, Pingree says she is drafting a formal letter today requesting more information about the ICE operation, while adding that her office is ready to help families learn more about any family members who may have been apprehended. Also, Senator Angus King responding as well, saying, quote, I intend to fight back, end quote, saying he's going to try to work to roll back the budget for ICE, perhaps a heavy lift in the Republican-controlled Congress, writing in part, quote, I intend to fight back by moving to curtail the budget of ICE until such time that they respect our constitutionally guaranteed rights and take off the masks, end quote. And we did reach out to Senator Susan Collins' office as well. She writes in part that people who are in the country legally should not be targets of ICE investigations and should be allowed to live their lives normally. But she also says that those who are here illegally could be subject to arrest and deportation pursuant to the laws of the United States. She says she's calling for body cameras for ICE agents and for de-escalation training as well.
There are dozens of people at the Cumberland County Jail on an ICE hold. That's according to the sheriff, who told us last night there were 64 people on ICE holds. The Interscoffing County Sheriff's Office says it has 2 people with ICE detainers, and officials with both the York County Sheriff's Office and Oxford County Sheriff's Office say they don't hold ICE detainees. New at 6, a judge is ordering ICE explain why it detained a man Tuesday, according to court documents obtained by CBS 13. The man, who is from Angola and lives in Portland, was detained during a routine check-in in Scarborough. Court papers show he filed for asylum status and was awaiting an immigration court appearance in 2027. The documents say his family doesn't know where he is, and he has 2 small children who are U.S. citizens. A judge is ordering ICE to show cause for the reason for the man's detention by noon tomorrow.
Now, these students right now, some of them are skipping school over concerns about ICE. According to our media partners at the Sun-Journal, the superintendent there in South Portland says that absences on Tuesday were, quote, unusually high. The superintendent says there will be training sessions on how to respond practically to immigration enforcement in the coming weeks at all South Portland schools, in person on January 28th and virtually, we're told, on February 24th.
Businesses across Portland are posting signs telling ICE they are not welcome. The signs say things like, absolutely no ICE allowed, telling agents they can't enter private property without a judicial warrant. We caught up with one owner of Bay Bowls in Washington Ave. He says while he is from Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory, he speaks Spanish and still feels, quote, unsafe.
At the end of the day, if I feel that, and that's that if I am looked at a certain way or I'm speaking and then, something happens, it's gonna be a long process. I have to carry even with my passport and stuff like that, something that I didn't have to do in the past.
He says the signs on his store aren't necessarily for ICE agents themselves, but a way to welcome people who feel uncertain or are on edge about masked armed federal agents detaining people in their community.
On November 29, 1781, the crew of a ship off course in the Caribbean held a desperate meeting. Below their feet were hundreds of people crammed into narrow spaces no human being should have ever had to suffer. As bad as that was, though, when the meeting was concluded, what happened to them next was far more disturbing. What the crew decided and what they proceeded to do was so horrific that it would go on to cause sweeping changes on an entire industry. This is their horrifying story, and as always, viewer discretion is strongly advised. By the end of November 1781, a ship known as the Zong was already in bad shape. It had been at sea for months, pushing its way across the Atlantic with far more people on board than it had any business carrying. Strangely, anyone looking at it from the outside would have seen an ordinary merchant vessel. Inside, though, nothing was running the way it should have been.
I have 227,000
The man officially in charge, Captain Luke Collingwood, was barely conscious from illness. He was actually so sick that the crew could no longer count on him for decisions, leaving the ship drifting from one substitute leader to another. More importantly, though, hundreds of captives were crammed into spaces below deck that were never meant to hold so many human beings. Disease had already taken hold, and the heat and lack of ventilation only made things worse. People were getting sick faster than the crew could manage, and the strain of so many sick captives added to the panic that was building on board. This would have been a problem for any ship, but to make things worse, the crew of the Zong wasn't exactly a stable unit. Their first mate, James Kelsall, had been removed from duty after an argument with the captain weeks before. Another man, Robert Stubbs, a former captive ship captain who was only traveling on the Zong as a passenger, had stepped in here and there to direct things, but because he wasn't officially part of the crew, he had no authority to lean on. Somewhere in the middle of all this, the Zong came within sight of its destination of Jamaica without realizing it, but the crew misidentified the island entirely and continued sailing past it, extending the voyage by hundreds of miles. That one mistake pushed the ship into an even deeper crisis as supplies were running low and temperatures were running short. Soon enough, no one was confident about how long the remaining drinking water would last, and rumors spread among the crew that they might not have enough to make it to port. Without strong leadership, those rumors grew to great concern. Tensions grew stronger on the ship, and men gathered to discuss what they believed was a worsening situation. They wondered what they could do if the water ran out and how they could prevent a total disaster. Understanding how something as horrific as what was about to happen on the Zong begins with looking at the world at the time. By the late 1600s and into the 1700s, European trade was exploding. Ships were moving between continents constantly, carrying goods, raw materials, and in the case of the Atlantic slave trade, millions of people forced into servitude. With so much movement came the usual risks of storms, shipwrecks, piracy, and disease, and that risk created a financial opportunity that London took advantage of. Maritime insurance grew into a major industry during this time period as merchants needed a way to protect themselves when a ship didn't make it back or when cargo was lost along the way. One company, Lloyd's, which started as a coffeehouse where traders gathered, found itself in the center of this new insurance market, and by the 18th century, insurance became one of the driving forces of the London economy. The captive trade fit right into the system, as captives were legally treated as cargo, so they were insured like any other product being shipped across the ocean. Each person had a monetary value assigned, and if someone died in a way that was recognized as a covered loss, the ship's owners could be compensated. That meant insurers routinely made money from voyages that carried captive human beings, and merchants used insurance to minimize their risk and maximize their profits. And this ran deep too, as the people who backed the ships, supplied the credit, and funded voyages benefited enormously. Historians now estimate that a substantial portion of the money moving through the insurance market at the time was connected to this brutal trade. As horrific as this is in retrospect, quickly this became normalized as just a part of British economic life. As long as captives were viewed legally as property, ships, merchants, insurers, and bankers could treat lives like dollar signs. By the time the Zong set sail for Jamaica in 1781, that system was fully mature. Financial incentives and laws were all in place, and no one in power had challenged the idea that killing people who were viewed as cargo could be considered a business decision instead of a crime. Long before the Zong was known under that name, though, it was an ordinary Dutch vessel called the Zorg. By the late 1770s, it was being used in the Dutch captive trade, carrying captives to colonies in South America. This then changed abruptly in 1781 during the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War. British ships captured the Zorg off the coast of West Africa and brought it to a nearby port. A seized ship was a valuable asset, so in early March, a group of Liverpool businessmen bought the vessel, and each of the men who purchased a stake in the ship did business in the captive economy. Renaming a captured ship was also routine, so the Zorg became the Zong under its new owners. This was also a notable transaction because 244 captives were already on board when it was seized by the British, so they were actually counted as part of the payment. Once the Liverpool merchants secured the ship, they prepared it to enter the Atlantic trade under their management with the goal of turning it into a profit-generating vessel as fast as possible. Just as quickly, a crew was formed, but things started out with a questionable decision. Luke was not a seasoned captain, and his background was in medicine, not seafaring. He had spent years as a surgeon on captive ships, which meant he understood the trade from the perspective of someone who examined captives. His job as a surgeon was to judge each potential captive's physical condition and help determine who was likely to survive the crossing and get a good price. This was a role that put him in situations where he would have witnessed and sometimes participated in decisions about who lived and who didn't. This obviously didn't qualify him to run a ship, but it did provide the Liverpool merchants with a keen eye they hoped could help further their profits. James, the first mate, was also similarly unqualified. He was more familiar with Luke than with command himself. He served alongside him before, and like most officers on a captive ship, he understood the violent reality of the trade, but he too had never led a voyage. Robert, meanwhile, the Zong's only passenger for the first voyage under Liverpool management, had far more experience than either Luke or James in captaining, but he was simply hitching a ride back to Britain. Then the rest of the officers and crew were made up of whoever could be hired on short notice. Captive ships were dangerous workplaces, and sailors in Britain knew it. Disease and uprisings in particular made these voyages the kind of jobs men avoided unless they were desperate. So since the Zong had been a captured Dutch ship, some of the members of the old Dutch crew remained on board. Others came from the William, a ship owned by the same Liverpool group, and the rest were picked up along the African coast where unemployed or semi-experienced sailors could often be recruited cheaply. In total, the Zong was set to sail with 17 crew members, far too few for what lay ahead. managing hundreds of captives required manpower to maintain order, move supplies, clean decks, and respond to emergencies. This created some of the initial tensions that brewed on board, and the problems would grow before the first voyage even departed. British captive ships of the era packed people into tight quarters, but the Zong went far beyond even those brutal standards. By the time it was ready to leave Africa in 1781, the ship was carrying 442 captives, more than double what a vessel of its size could reasonably handle. There were informal guidelines based on tonnage that helped determine how many people a ship could transport without causing catastrophic overcrowding. On average, ships built for the trade carried around 1.75 captives per ton. The Zong, meanwhile, was loaded at a rate more than twice that. That meant every space below deck was crammed with bodies. Men, women, and children were confined shoulder to shoulder and locked in for most of the day. Disturbingly, the obscene level of overcrowding in the Zong wasn't by accident. The more people the merchants could get onto a ship, the higher the potential payout once they reached the Caribbean. Every additional captive was another sale. This kind of loading made the voyage dangerous from the start. Disease spreads faster in crowded spaces, and sanitation is impossible to maintain. Even routine tasks like distributing food or moving the sick took more time and effort than the undermanned crew could supply. And speaking of supplies, the overcrowding increased the pressure on the necessities on board. A ship loaded with twice the number of captives required more food and drinking water than usual, but the Zong did not adjust its figures to match the number of people it carried. This left the ship vulnerable to shortages long before it crossed the Atlantic. Despite all of this, though, on August 18, 1871, the Zong left Accra, Ghana, on the West African coast and began making its way to Jamaica. Before heading west, the ship stopped in Sao Tome to take on fresh drinking water. Usually, the first mate would oversee the loading of food and water, checking quantities and making sure the water casks were still doing their job. On the Zong, though, this apparently didn't happen. James simply didn't supervise the process. Whether that was due to negligence, disorganization, or the chaotic nature of the crew, no one knows for sure. Making matters worse, the cooper, who was a crew member responsible for building and repairing water barrels, was sick and unable to work. That meant that no one checked whether the water casks were sealed properly. If the casks leaked, there was no easy way to replace them on the open ocean. So by the time the Zong pushed back out to sea, the crew had no idea whether their supplies were secure and plentiful enough. Meanwhile, conditions below deck deteriorated quickly. With so many people packed into inhumanely tight spaces, illness spread at a pace the crew couldn't keep up with. And sickness affected everyone, from the captives to the actual captain. When the Zong reached the vicinity of Tobago, this was the crew's chance to replenish water and supplies again before making the final stretch toward Jamaica. For reasons never fully explained, though, the ship sailed past the island without stopping. Luke, by this point, was among the sick and too ill to function, and 6 days earlier, James had been removed from duty after a heated argument with Luke. The ship was effectively without a leader, and it seems with everyone's attention on who was actually leading the ship, the Zong missed a critical opportunity to resupply. Another blow came shortly after, as it was discovered that some of the water casks actually had leaked. How much water had been lost was unclear, but it was believed they still had enough to reach Jamaica safely. Despite this belief, though, rumors and doubts started to spread around the ship that water was running low, and this sparked a wave of fear that only further blinded the already disorganized crew. In the final days of November, the Zong came close enough to Jamaica that the crew could actually see land in the horizon. However, they made a fatal mistake. The crew believed they were looking at the French-controlled territory of Saint-Domingue instead. With Luke incapacitated and the command structure basically in shambles, the Zong continued sailing west, leaving Jamaica behind without realizing what had happened. It took roughly 2 days for the crew to recognize the error, and by then, the Zong was already hundreds of miles off course. And by the time they corrected their course, the crew was already dealing with a heavy toll from the voyage. Several sailors had died and dozens of captives had succumbed to disease, around 62 people in total. So on November 29th, the officers gathered to talk about what they believed was a looming shortage. Of course, because the supplies hadn't been supervised, no one even knew if this shortage was real or imagined, but that didn't really matter in the moment. They knew they had lost some water from the damaged casks, and they knew the voyage had been extended because of a navigational error. The combination seems to have convinced them that they might not have enough water to keep everyone alive until they reach port. But even still, from any reasonable moral standpoint, the next part of the story is almost impossible to comprehend. The captives on board, again, were insured as cargo. If they died of disease, dehydration, or starvation, the ship owners would receive nothing through the insurance. But if they were thrown overboard in a situation the crew could claim was necessary to protect the ship, then the insurers could be forced to pay out. The entire conversation was apparently about money.
Starfield, best early jetpack.
lives. Some officers later claimed they were hesitant at first, but if that was the case, it didn't last. They eventually unanimously agreed that killing a large number of captives was the safer path for the voyage's financial outcome. By the time the meeting ended, the officers agreed to simply start throwing captives overboard. Later that evening, the crew began targeting the women and children. Officers believed the men would sell for more money once they reached Jamaica, so again, the finances dictated who lived. Starting around 8 o'clock that night, the crew forced 54 women and children through the cabin windows and into the sea. And this wouldn't be the end of it. 2 days later, this continued. This time, the officers ordered that the men be included in this round. Another 42 captives were brought up to the deck and thrown overboard. What made this second round even harder to justify was what was happening while it was going on. Rain fell heavily and replenished the ship's freshwater supply. The crew had even collected enough rainwater to significantly extend their drinking water, and the crisis they had feared had eased, yet for some reason the killings didn't stop. After the rain had refilled their supply, the crew still threw more into the ocean as 36 additional men were forced into the water over the next several days. Their deaths, like the others, were later cited by officers as part of the overall loss of cargo and were included in the coming insurance claim. In one case, a man who had been thrown overboard managed to climb back onto the ship, making it clear that many of those thrown overboard weren't sick or incapacitated. Not that it would have made any of this any better. By the time the Zong continued its course toward Jamaica, 142 people had been thrown overboard. And throughout the last 2 sequences of killings, the ship had plenty of water. This fact doesn't justify the first round, but it would go on to show that the decision wasn't fueled by any real threat to the ship's safety or to those aboard. The Zong finally reached Black River, Jamaica on December 22, 1781. After months at sea and weeks of turmoil, the ship carried only 208 surviving captives, which was less than half the number who boarded. The crew offered explanations for the drop in numbers and blamed it on sickness and a lack of supplies, even though the ship arrived with a significant amount of drinking water still on board. Then, 3 days after reaching Jamaica, Luke died from the illness. His death came before any official inquiry, and whatever he might have said about the voyage or the decisions made by his crew died with him. After the ship reached port, the surviving captives were sold in early January. Market prices at the time meant that each individual sold at an average price that would have been considered a successful profit. For the Liverpool merchants, the financial losses came from the people who never made it to market, and those are the ones they planned to claim through insurance. When the Zong's officers returned to Britain, that's exactly what the Liverpool group did. They argued that the killings were a necessary part of preserving the ship's cargo and that the insurers were obligated to compensate them for it, but the insurers rejected the request immediately. They didn't accept the explanation that they were unavoidable or that the ship had been in genuine danger. From their perspective, the officers had made a serious navigational mistake and mishandled the voyage before simply slaughtering many of the cargo for an easy payout. So in response, the Liverpool owners pushed the matter to court. The case got underway in London on March 6, 1783, and the presiding judge was Lord Mansfield, a well-known figure in British law. He had previously ruled on cases related to slavery, including a decision that suggested it had no basis in English law. Unfortunately, that earlier ruling didn't necessarily translate into broad protection for captives, though, and so it didn't play much of a role as the trial unfolded. The courtroom was instead entirely focused on the insurance dispute. The legal framework was much like that of the insurance industry of the time and viewed them as property, not people, so the trial followed along similar lines. Robert was the only witness called, and he described the voyage in a way that supported the owner's claims. And with no logbook, as the Zongs had mysteriously vanished, and no contradictory testimony, Robert's version of events went unchallenged. Under the insurance principles accepted at the time, a crew could get rid of cargo if doing so was necessary to save a ship. At the trial's conclusion, the jury ultimately agreed that the insurers were responsible for covering the loss. The case might have ended there, but something happened just days later that pushed the story into a wider public view. A former captive who had become a British abolitionist writer and speaker named Olaudah Equiano heard about the trial. He then immediately got in touch with his friend Granville Sharp, who was a leading activist in the anti-slavery movement. Granville had connections within the media and shared the story of the Zong with them. Newspapers then picked up the story and published lengthy accounts describing what had happened. For many readers, this was the first time they had heard of such violence carried out on captive ships by a British crew, and the idea that the ship's owners might profit from the killings only fueled greater outrage. And disturbed by both the killings and the treatment of the captives aboard the Zong, Granville sought advice about whether the crew could be prosecuted for murder. Unfortunately, while the idea of pursuing criminal charges didn't go far, Granville's efforts ensured that the case wouldn't just become a footnote in history. With public attention growing and the anti-slavery movement behind the cause, the insurers appealed the court's decision and requested a second trial. They insisted that they shouldn't have to pay for losses caused by the ship's own mistakes, and that stance was brought before the Court of King's Bench on May 21st and 22nd in 1783. This second hearing introduced new details about the voyage. Robert appeared again as a witness, and the court also reviewed a written statement from James. Both men repeated their story about the water shortages and the fear that everyone on board was in danger, but the insurers presented evidence that undermined that claim. One of the key facts that was brought to light in the appeal was the heavy rain that had fallen and how it was enough to refill several water casks. That meant the decision to continue throwing people overboard after the rainfall wasn't the result of any emergency. It instead pointed to a deliberate effort that would justify an insurance payout. The judges then seized on this point. If rain had replenished the water supply, then the crew couldn't argue that the killings were a necessity. One of the judges noted that the ship had sailed past Jamaica due to its own ignorance, and under insurance law, the fallout from such a mistake wasn't the insurer's responsibility. In other words, if the crew had created the crisis, they couldn't demand compensation for solving it. During the new hearing, all three judges acknowledged that the killing sounded like murder and questioned how anyone could justify throwing people into the sea, especially after drinking water had become available. So in the end, the judges overturned the first verdict and ruled that the insurers were not required to pay. This should have opened the door for a criminal trial, but this never happened. Neither the government nor private individuals succeeded in bringing murder charges against the crew. As public attention continued to grow throughout the appeal process, the Liverpool owners seemed to realize that pursuing the case any further would risk exposing even more details about what truly happened. With that, the legal proceedings simply stopped and the owners accepted the overturned verdict. They hoped that doing so would make it all go away, but it didn't. Public outrage wouldn't fade so easily, and Granville and other abolitionists recognized the Zong incident could serve as a turning point. He then began using the case in his larger efforts to challenge the legitimacy of the entire trade. He shared the story with religious groups and political allies, ensuring that anyone who might help push the topic into the national conversation was intimately aware of the Zong story. These groups then began drafting petitions and publishing accounts that exposed the conditions aboard captive ships. Their later release of the famous diagram of the captive ship, the Brook, in 1788, became one of the most influential images of the entire movement, and it can be traced back to the outrage sparked by the Zong. This public outrage didn't abolish the trade overnight, but it created an undeniable momentum that became harder for politicians to ignore. It may not have started the abolitionist movement, but the Zong pushed it forward at a crucial moment. In the decade that followed, pressure for reform continued to grow, and by 1788, Parliament passed its first attempt at regulating the conditions on British captive ships. This law limited how many captives a ship could carry to prevent overcrowding. It was a small step, but it marked the beginning of a shift in how Britain viewed the entire trade. Then, finally, in 1807, Britain outlawed its participation in the trade entirely. Many factors contributed to that decision, but the Zong remained a reference point throughout the long campaign leading up to it. When Parliament finally abolished slavery across most of the British Empire in 1833, it came after decades of public debate in which the Zong played a central role. Despite these legal changes, though, the Atlantic slave trade itself didn't just end. It continued for decades, especially through traders based in Brazil, Cuba, and the United States. As British and American naval patrols began intercepting captive ships, they uncovered more examples of violence at sea against captives. Captains would apparently routinely throw people overboard to avoid being caught with them on board. And even with increased enforcement, the illegal trade remained active well into the middle of the 19th century. Millions were transported across the Atlantic during these years, and countless deaths occurred along the way. It wouldn't be until 1865 that the United States abolished slavery with the 13th Amendment to the Constitution. And while the Zong incident wasn't necessarily a story that moved the needle toward that change, it did provide a spark in the abolitionist movement that eventually reached American shores. Today, the events in the Zong are remembered as a defining moment in the dark history of slavery because it exposed the trade's brutality to a wider audience that responded with calls for deep systemic change. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the form found in the description. Also, if you want to support the channel, consider joining the Patreon or becoming a channel member here on YouTube. Anyways, thanks again, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Six dev updates, road to release. I am François, community leads, and here with me today is our creative director Anthony, who will, by the magic of editing, appear here. Hi Anthony.
Hello guys, I'm happy to be here.
Here we've got two significant milestones to talk about today.
Yeah, that's right. This week marks the 2nd anniversary of our early access, and we are also very happy to announce that we've recently crossed the 5 million players mark, which is actually mind-blowing.
Yeah. I hear we're offering another set of Twitch drops to celebrate.
Yes, our artists have prepared a really nice new armor set, as well as our first cushion to the game. So just weeks ahead of Valentine's Day.
Nice. Oh yeah, because the cushion, right? We can probably show an image of it here. It's like a heart-shaped cushion. It looks great, and it's going to look even better in your bedrooms, living room. Just make the place cozy as hell. So yeah, of course, as usual, this set will be accessible in-game per request for those of you who prefer it. You just have to talk to the Huntress. Okay, right, on to the important stuff, because we have a lot to talk about today. The video is titled Road to Release. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, we are finally announcing not a release date, but a release window. So there's a lot of work that still has to go into the game before we lock down a definitive date. So an estimate is the best we can do for now.
Yeah, plus we've already had to move the release date for Wake of the Water, and saying a date and not being able to stick to it kind of sucks. So yeah, that's the what we found. What's the release window then?
Yeah, it's autumn 2026, so finally it's coming this year. But we are going to also have another release this year, which is a smaller one, the 0.8, smaller in scope and exclusively focused on raising the quality with balancing improvements, polishing and bug fixing. And we'll introduce the first version of adventure sharing that will allow you to share your creations with the community from within the game. And that's coming this spring, actually.
Okay, nice. Exciting. Okay, so what about autumn 2026 then?
Yeah, we want to have a really polished and complete version of Enshrouded for 1.0, so everyone can enjoy the game as we envisioned it. We will unlock new areas for the world map, and there's going to be an advanced version of adventure sharing where we add logic elements, spawners, traps and more to our building systems.
Yeah, so basically, from what I've heard, we've been very impressed with the all-player creations and buildings and the minigames contest, and we're very excited to see more if we give you guys just more tools to build cool things. I heard the logic system is going to be somewhat like what we had in Portal Knights before, so that's really cool.
To some degree.
Okay, cool. And I hear we also got some changes about combats.
Yeah, obviously we're working on combat to give it more love. There has been criticism of combat, and we understand that, so we'll try to add more technical depth, better enemy behavior, balancing changes, and a higher level of enemy variety to the game as well.
Not to forget the great story work. I heard that it's going to be a lot more like slicing than smashing, and personally I'm very excited to see a lot more of that coming from. And we have some more about combat, you told me.
Yeah, so we want to make it obviously more interesting, so for sure we will still keep it customizable as we have before. So whether you're a fighter or a builder, we want to still be able to enjoy the game your way. So it's not going to be just dialing up the difficulty or something like this to make combat-focused players more happy. But it will also still continue ways to customize all of this. Obviously, for release, we will also continue work on optimization for smoother gameplay across hardware, especially lower-end configs. And yeah, shader compilation is for sure also on our list of things to improve, as we understand that there's still some friction to work on.
So I've put quite a bit of time into Enshrouded, and I still absolutely love the game every single time I log in. Now, I've seen a lot of new players hopping in and enjoying the game, which is fantastic. However, I've gotten to the point where there are some things that I really think that I would do differently if I were to start Enshrouded again. If I were to start brand new on a brand new character in a brand new world, I think this is where I would go. Make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more Enshrouded content. So one of the things that I was so lackadaisical on during my first playthrough was unlocking all of the survivors. Now, you get quite a few of them as you just go through and play the main quest as you are following it. However, I didn't really put a precedent on it. I didn't really put any kind of major effort towards it. It was just kind of like, yeah, I'll get to them when I can, not realizing how exponentially faster it made my progress in the rest of the game once I actually had the appropriate survivors. Now, for example, like I drugged my feet to get the alchemist. Now, of course, you do need the alchemist and it's part of the main quest. However, I would just get distracted and go and find all these different areas that I was exploring. I didn't really hone down on what I should be doing first, which is getting the survivors, building your base up and having them be able to support you because you need them to progress the rest. I just found myself spending so much time where I wasn't emphasizing that and getting these guys sooner, and it really ended up biting me in the butt. Kind of piggybacking off of that, the biggest thing that I would do differently, I think, if I were to play Enshrouded again and start brand new as a new player, is not focusing so damn much on the building and just actually progress the game. Now, when you get into Enshrouded, it's very, very easy to get distracted. The whole game is based off of like ADHD. It's terrible. But one of the things that I ran into is that I would focus on trying to make crazy builds, cool towers, you know, making sure everything is where it should be and in its proper place. When in reality, I really should have just built a shack, cover the guys up, got some comfort level, and then moved on. Like, I've spent so much time on the game really emphasizing, okay, where am I going to build, when in reality I probably should have been leveling, I should have been grinding out materials, we should have been exploring the shroud. There's so many other things that would have been better well spent. My time would have been better well spent if I were focusing more on the progression of the game rather than the actual buildings. It's a tough one. Something that has greatly improved my time here in Enshrouded has absolutely been figuring out my build. Now, when I first started playing, I was all over the place. Now, granted, the game has been in early access and there hasn't really been a straightforward, this is what you should do, this is what you shouldn't do. It's kind of been changing almost every single major patch, which is a great thing. We love to see. However, I have definitely found that my build was an absolute travesty for like the longest time. Now, I will say that my build is pretty good. Right now, I'm playing more of a two-handed bruiser with the hammer, blunt damage, things like that. And it's been a lot of fun. And it has some noticeable weaknesses, let's be serious. It's not the ranger, the best in the game. But there are quite a few things that I really didn't understand, or I don't think I got to explore and play the game a lot sooner, because my build was an absolute travesty. Now, of course, what I found out was that my build is greatly ruled, we'll say, around the idea of my endurance bar and how much my endurance bar is. I like melee builds. I'm a melee enjoyer. So once I figured out that my build, okay, I need more endurance and endurance regeneration, and I should probably boost up my blunt damage. You know, I'm using a hammer. Those types of things took me a lot longer than they probably should have to figure it out. But once I got my build done, it was game on. Something else that I really wish I would have done early in the Enshrouded time, because I didn't necessarily play at launch. I think I played about a couple months afterwards. It is something that has helped me out greatly as I have progressed into this game, and it's something I would have done 100% different, is use external sources that are available, specifically the Reddit and the wiki pages. The wiki pages for Enshrouded have everything that you would essentially need. The Reddit for Enshrouded is really, really good. They have people offering information to where to find specific veins, where to find specific mobs. I mean, it was just so beneficial as I was looking around, especially when you enter into a new biome and there is a whole bunch of different resources that you need to go and find. it makes it a lot easier to be able to just be, oh, okay, I need to go here, I need to go there, thank you, that was wonderful. Now, granted, these are all liable to change, and I think they have changed a couple of times as I've played Enshrouded because of the updates that come out. However, they still remain pretty up to date and pretty good as far as information that I would need to be able to progress the game and to find things that would definitely speed up my time and my progression in Enshrouded. Now, another thing that I still even now struggle with to do appropriately, let me put it this way, and I've gotten better, is to make sure that my food buffs are maxed out. Food is so critically important in this game, and